A warm welcome, everyone, to the Take studio and our live coverage of the World Chess Championship Match 2024. Each game is a journey, and we will be here every move of the way. In the end, Ding Liren will defend his title, or the history books will get its 18th World Chess Champion and the youngest to ever wear the crown. Gukesh will make the first move in the World Chess Championship match. It's starting in only a few minutes. Let's go.
We have two players and we have no idea what to expect from.
He has the spark which we see in champions.
They've been waiting for this moment for so long.
From the time when I was a little kid.
I haven't lost to him in classical.
Our main expert in the studio, taking you through all the action, all the moves in the World Chess Championship match, is someone who's been a monumental part of making chess a beloved TV sport in Norway. He's a grandmaster, Jon Ludvig Hammer. It's great to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you for that lovely introduction.
And it's a big day, Jon Ludvig. A World Chess Championship match, having been in the chess world all your life, basically. What do you feel today? How big of a day is this?
It's a special day for every World Championship match. It's a very unique format. It's just one guy you got to beat. But at the same time, both guys know that if I can just take down this one last obstacle, I'll become, in Gukesh's case, or remain, in Ding's case, the world champion.
I can imagine two nervous players in Singapore right now. Sitting next to Jon Ludvig, someone else that has commentated hundreds of hours of chess on Norwegian TV, woman FIDE master, Maud. Great to have you here as well.
Thank you.
Did you wake up today feeling, ooh, it's a special day?
Yeah, I was actually struggling a little bit to fall asleep yesterday because I was very excited about today and the fact that this is such a long match and really long games.
Yeah.
So I feel like we're going into like a completely different reality where this is the only chess game that's going to matter the next weeks.
Yeah, I woke up today feeling like, wow, how lucky we are to be able to follow every single move in the World Chess Championship match, to watch it unfold, all the drama, all the action, and in the end have a world champion. And Maud, you will be in charge of the text commentary in the Take app. Super important. And what can people expect when they download the app and follow the games?
Well, first of all, they can expect a lot of quotes from Jon Ludvig, of course.
Yeah.
And that there's going to be explanations of basically every single move. And also, I think the good thing about the app is going to be that you can kind of put it away for a little bit, and then you'll be notified when the most important moments occur. So it could be 7 hours today. It could be 7 hours every day for 14 days. Yeah. And that could be a lot of chess. So if you want to know that you don't miss out on the most important moments, I would get the app and then enable the notifications.
I agree with you. Make sure to download, everyone. Now, there was an opening ceremony on Saturday. The most important thing that happened in that opening ceremony was, of course, the choosing of colors. And as the reigning champion, Ding could choose the envelope, and colors were revealed. Gukesh will start with the white pieces in game one today. And we know game one will be crucial. To quote Magnus Carlsen, Ding Liren, he cannot lose today after the mental struggles he's been through. So, Jon Ludvig, how do you think he feels about starting with the black pieces?
I think for the first game, it's more about Gukesh than Ding.
Okay.
Ding has played a World Championship match previously. He knows a bit about what's coming. For Gukesh, this is a completely new experience. And so personally, I think he should be happy getting the white pieces, because that means you can play pretty safe and kind of acclimatize yourself to the environment, to the tension, and just to the nerves.
Yeah.
Like, how can you expect the guy who's competing in the World Championship for the very first time? Do you think he had a good night's sleep? If he did, that would be sensational. But if he didn't, it would be understandable, because he doesn't know what he's going to. But then having the white pieces will feel like a bit of a comfort blanket in that regard. And so I think it's a good outcome for Gukesh.
Yeah, it's a big question. What version of Ding Liren will we see today after struggling for some time now with mentality, with his self-esteem, with his confidence? So I think it was interesting. In the press conference 2 days ago, something Ding Liren revealed.
Well, last time in my first World Championship match, I was very nervous. I've said many times, and but this time I feel peace and with a lot of energies.
For me, it's pretty clear who I'm going to face. I'm going to face Ding Liren, who is one of the best players in the world for more than a decade, and my job is also pretty clear. Just go to every game as the best version of myself and play the best moves in the position. And if I do that, if I keep playing good chess, stay in the right spirits, I think no matter who, like even with his recent form dip or even at his best, I don't think it really matters that much. If I'm doing the right things, I'm confident I have all the chances in the world.
Well, yesterday I reviewed my games from recent times, and I saw I played the quality is very not so good, and I can see very low. Also, my fighting spirit is not so high. I made many short draws, and I also draws even in some much better positions. I don't know exactly the reason behind it, but it's far from my peak performance. And yes, I intend to review some of my best games to regain some inspirations, see how I can be such strong players.
Ding Liren saying many things, amongst other, that he's at peace. Is that a good sign, Jon Ludvig?
I don't think so. We talked a bit about Gukesh's nerves coming into his first ever World Championship match. I think the lack of nerves is also a big problem. You can't be too nervous, but you can't have no nerves either, as the cliche is that you got to get your butterflies to fly in formation.
Yeah.
You got to have some nerves to be fully focused and really maximize your concentration. And so what Ding said at the press conference concerns me. And also the fact that he mentioned he only started preparing for the match 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
It is very unusual. And especially considering that he's been showing some poor form over the past year, it feels like maybe then he should put extra effort into his preparation so that at least he has that to fall back on. Even if his thinking is not great, then his prepared stuff might be excellent.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how will Ding Liren play first game. We can see on the screen here in the studio now that both players have arrived by the board. Gukesh sitting by the white pieces, Ding Liren by the black pieces. So you guys, game 1 in the World Chess Championship match 2024 is about to start. Gukesh was the first player to sit down by the board at peace, just looking like his normal self, right, Jon Ludvig? This is what we've seen from Gukesh lately. He sort of goes into the Zen mode before the games.
Yeah, it feels like he's... Well, it's difficult to tell, right? Probably underneath the surface, he's feeling a lot of emotions right now, but he's trying to stay focused at the task at hand, which is key.
I thought it was so interesting that Magnus said that he was so that he was dropping the pieces and that he was so nervous, even Magnus. So I'm very excited to see when Gukesh tries to make his first move, is there going to be any drama? Are the pieces going to go flying from all the nerves in this room?
That's such a good point, Morten. We actually saw Gukesh now. He was sitting with his arms crossed, and now he's sort of fiddling with some stuff. Is that something he does right now to sort of not show Ding that his hands are shaking, that he is nervous? On the other hand, Ding looks quite calm.
Yep.
Yeah, and then our discussion was, is he too calm?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people taking pictures as well. There's a lot of stuff going on right before such an important game. But it looked like Ding just acknowledged that there are a lot of people taking a picture of him, and then he's sitting very calmly.
Both players are very eager for this game to get going. They've thought about this first game for so long, for many months, and they just want to get it underway. But the first game also means that there are announcers to make thanks to the sponsors and have some. This is one of the games that get the most press attention. So the organizers definitely are going to want to capitalize on that, and that means that the players will have to remain a bit patient before getting to start their game.
And we could see Gukesh showing where the white piece is to be put. We have a first move in the game.
And the guest here is a Nobel Prize winner this year. One of the directors at Google's DeepMind, the Thinking Lab. I don't know what they call it.
Well spotted.
But that was Demis
Hassabis. Yeah. Wow. All right, so he made a first move, then Gukesh took the piece back, which I guess
this is like a tradition in chess that the honor of the first move, you have a guest who make it, you tell the guest what to do, but then the players always take it back, which I'm not a huge fan of.
I guess that's because of the clocks. And here we go. The World Chess Championship match 2024 has started. Gukesh has played his move. And what do we see on the board, Jon Ludvig?
I think he played the king's pawn 2 steps forward. And this is also what Gukesh did in the previous game these two had with these same colors in classical chess. That was a game Ding actually won earlier this year at the Tata Steel tournament. But Gukesh, Ding actually surprises, I would say, by playing the French defense. The French defense has quite a not the greatest of reputations, but Ding also played this in the World Championship against Jan Nepomniachtchi. When he did it against Nepomniachtchi, it was considered a huge surprise, and he only did it once, as far as I remember. But then he comes here and he does the same thing over again, but surely Gukesh's team will have considered this option, seeing as how Ding has played this at the biggest stage previously. So the point of the French is that you get your pawns on the light squares in the middle. You get to challenge the white central pawn, but at the same time, part of the reason why it has a bit of a not the greatest reputation is because it often invites the opponent to push their pawns forward. So firstly, when the black pawn challenges whites in the center, the knight moves forward, protecting white's pawn in the center of the board. And then after pawn, no, he doesn't take that pawn. Instead, Ding moves his knight out to increase the pressure on white's central pawn. And in response, Ding chooses to push forward with that pawn. And now we can see that the white pawns have pushed 2 steps and 3 steps respectively, whereas Ding's pawns here in the middle have gone 1 step and 2 steps. So there's been a clear extra step forward for Gukesh's pieces. Also, the white pawn is attacking the black knight, so the knight had to move back. And black is a bit cramped, all the pieces kind of in the same area, whereas white has more space to move into because the pawns are further up on the board. And Gukesh kind of solidifies this by pushing another pawn, a third pawn up in the middle of the board. And Ding, he tries to challenge one of the white pawns in the middle. But here, Gukesh plays quite an unusual move. But this is one of the moves that I think, I've been actually studying this move myself. And I think it's part of a very dangerous strategic plan. Gukesh moves his knight a second time in the opening. Normally, you're advised to not move the same piece more than once, especially if it has already gone into a decent position. But Gukesh's reasoning here is that, well, Ding, he went 2 steps with his knight, then I have time to make an exception to the rule myself. He moves his knight backwards to offer more protection towards the pawn in the middle. That was the pawn Ding was pointing in towards. But the key point of this move is that when the knight moves away, that opens up the square the knight was on previously, allowing a pawn to push forward there on the next move or at a later stage in the game. And the reason this is such a powerful plan is that then Gukesh would have 4 pawns in the same diagonal, and these 4 pawns would protect each other.
And he has made that move.
All the way up.
He has made that move, and I have to say that looks really nice.
And the problem now is that Ding, he's not ready for this move. And this is very, very concerning for him. Because this is one of those unusual moves that has a very reasonable foundation in how it in the justification of the move. And if he's unfamiliar with this, then well, clearly Gukesh is in his preparation. And so if Ding already now is out of his the opening preparations that he's most confident in, then that could be a serious issue for him. I'm very, very surprised that Ding played such a risky opening and didn't have more depth in what he prepared.
We can also see that Ding is the only one who's really spent any time on his moves. So
2 minutes now.
Gukesh, he has basically played immediately every single turn. And then Ding is the one who's already started to think. And he did think a little bit on this move that Jonodik said was a bit unusual. But he only thought for like 1.5 minutes, which is a bit of a weird amount of time to invest because you won't find anything amazing in 1.5 minutes. But at the same time, you also do admit that you don't know exactly what to play.
Wow. So if you're first thinking, then go ahead and think for 5 minutes.
Well, I disagree. I think sometimes when your opponent plays an unusual move, you can spend a couple of seconds, minutes to kind of readjust. But the thing is, even though he played his follow-up move within 2 minutes, he then goes on to think for the next move. It would be different if kind of like Ding played a move and then Gukesh started thinking. But here, Ding thinking for 2 minutes, that's fine. But he's still the one thinking, whereas Gukesh, he's rushing his moves. So it's not so much about the amount of time spent on the move. It's the amount of time spent in relation to how much time your opponent spent.
Thinking for now 3.5 minutes almost, Ding. And I guess that's a good time to actually go through the time control in the World Chess Championship match. Maud, can you explain what are the details when it comes to time here?
So both players start with 2 hours each, which is already a huge amount of time.
Yep.
And then they get another 30 seconds for every single move that they play. And they get another 30 minutes once they have reached the 40th move. So each
but then
player...
no increment after move 40, is that correct?
Yeah, or it's called... I guess the increment is the 30 seconds per move. And then I guess it's called extra time or something like that. And then both players will then have... just like based on this time that they're given, the game could last like 7 hours.
Yeah, I remember that.
It can be a real marathon. So they need to be thinking about what they should be eating. They need to go to the bathroom. They need to be drinking water. Yeah, it's like a marathon. And then you're going to do this for 14 games in a row. It's going to be exhausting for them.
And I think I remember from commentating on World Championship matches before, it is often around move 40 before they get that extra time, that you do have a lot of drama, that you do have the occasional blunders where players can either win or even lose the game, right, Jon Ludvig?
Yeah, and the only game Gukesh lost in the qualifier to this World Championship match, it happened because Gukesh was down to basically just minutes for his last 10 moves before he got that extra time. So Gukesh has a slight weakness in his time usage. He often spends a lot of it, which is why this opening also is super good for him when he's looking better prepared in a position that's strategically slightly dubious for Ding.
And right now it is Ding struggling on the clock, if we could say that at this early stage in the game. Thinking for 5.5 minutes now, the Chinese World Chess Championship. He is in Singapore to defend his title against Gukesh. And if Gukesh wins, he will be the youngest World Chess Champion in history.
I've gone and checked the databases for previous games in this variation, in this start. And the move that was so unusual from Gukesh, when he moved his knight back, voluntarily blocking his own bishop from getting into the game, but setting up this 4-pawn formation, that move has been played in less than 3% of games.
Okay. Wow.
Less than 3%.
Of all games registered.
Well, from all games registered from this position.
Yeah. Whoa.
So that's it's the third most common move in the position, but it's very unusual. Almost everyone gets this other knight into the game first, but Gukesh very clearly wanted to get this pawn formation as soon as he could, and so that's also what he did.
Very interesting. I'm going to head into the Take app right now on my phone and check out the commentary that Maud is doing right now.
Yeah, so it's interesting that we had this French defense opening. That's been like the main gist of what's been written there so far. And then now I just added that Jon Ludvig said this has been played in less than 3% of the times when people have reached this position. So I call that an unusual move. And it's going to be interesting now that Ding has started to really spend some time thinking. In the app, you can also see how long he's been thinking for. And now he's almost, he's thought for more than 7.5 minutes, which is quite a lot of time to be spending on move 7. Usually, they know a lot of these moves by heart.
But this is a big moment for the opening. And when you have such a big moment and one of the players is clearly prepared and one is not, I'm already thinking that the opening has been a big success for Gukesh. Because the most common move here is to bring the queen out early.
Okay.
And normally you're not supposed to bring the queen out this early in the game. But you can make the argument that the queen wants to start attacking some of these white pawns that are part of the row of pawns working together, protecting each other. The thing is, if Ding has not prepared this in advance, he cannot go for this queen move.
Ooh.
So I'm going to say this queen move is not going to happen because Ding has spent so much time thinking that clearly he is not within his main preparation. And when you're not in your preparation, you cannot allow yourself to play such a queen move, even if it is the most common move in the position, because there's a tremendous risk that Gukesh has found a way to punish the queen moving out on this left side of the board early on, and then maybe your king remaining on the opposite side could land in trouble with Gukesh, of course, having used computers to figure out that, okay, but here when the queen is lured over to this side, then I can go for an attack on the opposite flank. And I just think from a practical perspective, it's very sketchy to play commit your queen to the opposite side of your own king.
Well, that's going to make a lot of people happy. We know there's a bunch of Gukesh fans out there, and I'm just checking the poll in the app right now. The question was, who are you rooting for? 64% now saying Gukesh. And is he now a favorite also to win this game, or is that way too soon to say?
I think favorite to win is too much.
Okay.
The game of chess is one of the reasons it has managed to last for such a long time. It's one of the oldest games in the world, but it's very well balanced. And some feel it's too balanced, which is why we've seen the rise of freestyle chess and these kind of things to spice things up a bit. But Ding can play a dubious opening and still be okay-ish.
Yeah.
But he's under pressure. And from what we've seen from Ding in the past year, it's not been good when he's been put under pressure.
Yeah.
And here he's voluntarily played a somewhat risky opening. And I don't know about Ding, but I got a pretty bad mentality competitively, because what I will often do is that when I'm unhappy about how the opening went, I'm spending some time thinking about what I'm supposed to do next, but I'm also spending some time being like, oh, why did I go for this?
No.
I didn't prepare this. Oh, now I feel uncomfortable. Maybe my opponent has a great new plan. Yeah. You gotta be really good at making sure those thoughts don't enter your mind, and that's easier to accomplish with confidence, which Ding has been lacking.
Yeah, which is what we're so eager to see today. Can we see on him that he is still really struggling with his confidence? Or
well, the thing is, playing this opening
kind of shows some confidence.
Shows some confidence.
Okay, well, that's cool.
But then getting stuck like he is now, thinking at a very early stage, a much earlier stage than normally you need to start thinking in a world championship.
I heard like a little bit of a rule that chess players have is like around move 12, 13, 14, 15. You don't want to start thinking before that, and we're only in move 7.
I think that's an exaggeration of how far openings generally are advanced. But especially within the French, that has been analyzed, some of these openings that have a okay but slightly dubious reputation, they have longer things that you need to know, because you need to be more accurate to make it work compared to an opening that's just, good common sense. And that's why in the French in particular, starting to think this early on is a concern.
And another rule that I've heard some grandmasters say is also that once you think for more than 15 minutes, you're really just going in a loop and you're not really making any progress. And Ding, he's approaching 15 minutes now spent on just this move. So it's a bit of he admits that he doesn't know what to do. And that in itself can be a big problem for him in the next moves.
Yeah. Ding Liren, defending champion, is thinking about his next move. He is in Singapore to defend his title. He won it in 2023 in a thrilling match against Jan Nepomniachtchi, where he actually did fall behind Ding Liren. He made, I think, 3 comebacks to become the world champion, eventually in tiebreaks is how that was decided. And in this match, they will have 14 games, so first player to reach 7.5 points will be the world champion. And if they reach game 14 and they're still tied, well, then it will be decided in tiebreaks. But we have heard before this match, Gukesh is a big favorite because he's been on fire lately. He took gold together with India and also individual gold on board one for India in the Olympiad only 2 months ago. And he's just a very impressive 18-year-old.
I mean, qualifying to this match was a tremendous achievement in itself. And not a lot of people had him winning it. Not a lot of people even had him top three.
Nakamura. There were so many great players in the candidates.
Not only were there these great players, but they performed.
Yeah.
Nakamura, Karan, and Nepomniachtchi, the three big names that we thought were going to duke it out to try and fight against Ding, they all delivered good performances, but they were all half a point behind Gukesh, allowing Gukesh to get his chance here to become the youngest world championship match winner in the history of chess.
Yeah. And now Ding has been thinking for more than 15 minutes, and it's not uncommon, of course, in classical chess to take long pauses. It's just a little uncommon to do it already in move 7. And it is something we talk about right now because we are so eager to see the mentality that Ding Liren turns up to the World Chess Championship match with after struggling for such a long time after becoming the world champion. And I think in 2020, he has only won 2 classical games. Correct, Jon Ludvig? You checked this before.
Yeah, 2024, he won 2 classical games, and one of them was against Gukesh.
Exactly.
And the individual score between these two is quite impressive. Ding has won 2 games, drawn 1, and that's it. They only played each other 3 times in classical chess.
Yeah.
And Ding won 2 times, and both of those 2 times, Ding had the black pieces.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
well, that's
he
interesting.
knows how to beat Gukesh with black. He's done it before, but I'm not sure this is the best starting point for it.
And one of those times was in 2024 in Tata Steel earlier this year. So yeah, as you say, he knows how to do it. Ding Liren. Gukesh is sitting by the board as well. We're watching the screens here in our studio.
And that's also an interesting thing sometimes to notice. Like, if someone is very nervous, they might be leaving the board very often. They might be going and having a snack. But that's a bit early to do this now. So in the beginning now, at least, both have been like glued to the board. And it's a lot of pressure to sit there also because the cameras and stuff are still taking pictures of them in the very beginning. So it can be a pretty overwhelming experience probably to sit there and have everyone's eyes on you. And yeah,
because the other big question here in this match, and especially in the start, is to see if Gukesh will be nervous, basically. Magnus has been talking about how he was shaking, how he was just so nervous before his first few games in the World Championship match in 2013. And he's only played 6 moves so far, Gukesh, 7 moves so far. So, you know, it's hard to say still if he is nervous or if he's confident.
It really helps getting a nice opening.
Right.
It is such a good recipe against nerves. And also, I think it's important to realize that nerves will affect you mostly before the game. It will affect how you get ready, how you sleep, and that kind of thing. But once you actually sit down at the board and you have a new position to focus on, my experience is that a lot of your nerves kind of just vanishes.
Yeah.
Because then your focus is the position at hand.
So at this point, they're no longer thinking, ooh, I'm in the World Chess Championship match.
Well, now, I mean, if I'm Gukesh now, I would be a bit nervous that the guy is showing such obvious weakness. And then I would be like, oh my God, am I going to like win my first ever game? Like, but like I said, I have a bad mentality. So basically, you should do the opposite of whatever I do. But I do think Gukesh can be happy with the outcome of the opening, and then it's about keeping your objectivity, that you don't that you don't go crazy just because your opponent is thinking for 7 minutes in an opening you prepared, and he clearly did not.
I think it kind of shows some confidence from Gukesh that he's not nervous, that he is sitting by the board. I remember from 21 when Magnus played his last World Championship match against Nepomniachtchi, like you said, Mod, Nepo would constantly make his move, leave to his private room, come back when Magnus made a move, make his move, or think about his move, make it, and then leave to stay away from the cameras, to stay away from Magnus, sort of the mental game.
Yeah, and they didn't want to like sit across from each other either. So they in the end, there was always just one person at the board, and then the other person wasn't there so much. So
but then it kind of ended up with Magnus sort of seeing that Nepo was struggling, maybe mentally, or he was nervous, or he was intimidated because he didn't want to sit there and look Magnus in the eyes. And Gukesh is sitting here. We're watching cameras from the venue in Singapore, both players sitting there, and Ding now thinking for 20 minutes, you guys, on his next move. What will the move be? So what do you think the move will be, Jon Ludvig?
I think he should try and challenge. We talked about these white pawns. Ding already has one pawn putting pressure in towards the white center. But I think he should get more pawns attacking in towards the middle. So I like this move, pawn to b5.
Ooh.
I think this is the plan you generally should go for, because you want to continue further forward and you want to create two pawns pointing in towards whites.
Are you nervous, Jon Ludvig?
No, I'm fine. I'm just, I don't know, the mobility of the suit can sometimes get in the way. But the problem with this is that Gukesh can just go pawn one step forward on the side, because he will see, okay, you're planning to go here, but then I'll be ready to capture you. So the plan that Ding wants with a pawn forward is definitely, it's fairly obvious, but it's also fairly obvious what Gukesh would do in response to prevent it.
Well, can I just say first, so you say it's like an obvious move. To me, at my very much like beginner level chess, it doesn't look obvious at all to have three pawns lined up like that and not supporting each other. Why would that be a good move?
What do you mean three pawns? Oh, like this?
Yeah, exactly.
On the side. Well, it's just you need to challenge. Right now, white has such a dominance in the middle with these pawns protecting each other. So you need to challenge all this protection coming up from the left side. And also it can, well, generally it's nice to push your pawns into your opponent's half a lot of the time, right? This is part of why Gukesh has gotten a good opening, is that he managed to push his pawn forward in the middle, and then okay, Ding can be like, okay, you got the middle, but then I will attack on the queen side of the board.
And then he might want to be making some space for some of his pieces as well. That since Gukesh has taken so much control of the middle, then Ding doesn't really have any spaces for his pieces to go. So he kind of has to figure out, where are they going to go? How am I going to get my pieces out, get my king to safety? And then maybe one way of continuing that is to develop his bishop on the other
I'll
side.
do a high-level explanation. Part of the point behind pushing this pawn further forward is to make the trade between these two pawns, and then if white recaptures with their pawn to keep that protection going. The key thing that has happened here is that white no longer has any pawns that are controlling the c4 square. And so then Ding would be able to try and jump forward with his knight, or maybe even with his bishop, to that square. So, interestingly, in a way, pushing this pawn forward is trying to get the knight to the c4 square. The problem is that in chess, we need to think many, many moves ahead. And so that point doesn't really reveal itself until another seven moves down the line.
25 minutes now thinking Ding Liren, and that's a good time to remind you guys to download the Take app because it's perfect for these moments exactly when you are busy during the day at school, at work, maybe something social in the evening, and you simply cannot sit there and follow every single move, every single minute of the match. Well, then you can have the Take app, and that will send you notifications, remind you when you need to get into the app to follow the game, to follow the action, when we have time trouble, blunders, great moves, something big happening. And Maud is sitting right now doing text commentary in the app. What do you do, Maud, when we have big moments of thinking like this?
Well, now I'm going through a bit. I've just posted a picture of both of the players sitting at the board where we can kind of clearly see that Ding is quite nervous and then Gukesh looks way more calm. So kind of informing the people that might not be following this broadcast about how the players are really feeling, because I think that's a very big part of it as well. And then I also quoted Jon Ludvig saying that this opening has been a big success for Gukesh. You still stand by that, I assume?
It's difficult not to when Ding has been thinking for such a long time.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's like posting other updates while we kind of wait for this important moment. And then I've also been noticing what Jon Ludvig has said about some of the different options that Ding has. So he mentioned this queen to b6. Maybe that was abandoning the right side of the board. And I prepared a little comment in case he does that move. And then we also looked at this other b5 move, Kaya, the one that you said had like the 3 pawns in a row.
Yeah.
So then I tried to figure out what is the essence, what's the main point, what's the most important thing to know if he does play that move.
Yeah.
So if he does something else, we're unprepared, Jon Ludvig.
Okay. When all the opening moves come in such a quick pace, do you then go back and have to work on those moves afterwards?
Yeah, so I have now added a comment to every single move. The first 5 moves were played in like a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
So then I prioritized the most recent move. That's what people are going to be wondering about, I guess. But now you can actually, if you did join a bit late or you didn't see the beginning or you didn't wake up this early, I guess, you can use the arrows and go through the whole game to kind of catch yourself up and get yourself up to speed.
Yeah. The game started at 10 a.m. Oslo time. We are in Oslo. It started 5 p.m. local time in Singapore, which means it's very early if you're sitting in the US, maybe just waking up. So good morning to you. Or if you're sitting somewhere else west of us. All right, still waiting for Ding Liren's move number 7. This is, well, quite surprising developments already in the World Chess Championship match. Everyone wondering, how is Ding Liren doing heading into this match as defending champion? And we can already see him, I guess, shaking a little bit, not being able to decide on which way to take this first game. And I'm quoting Magnus again. Ding Liren simply cannot lose the first game. Magnus then afraid Ding will just crumble.
In the app now, I just got a notification, or not notification.
Oh, we have a move.
We have a move, and it was not any of the moves that we discussed. It was the move A5.
Wow. What do you think, Jon Ludvig?
Well, I'm checking whether this has been played before, and it has in 6 games, only 6 games.
Oh, in the history of chess, 6 games.
Yeah, so this move is I mentioned that there was only like 3% of the games with the knight move backwards earlier. I'm trying to say 6 games out of, I would say there's about 350 here. So it's like 4% of games only have played this A5 move. We're really getting into novel territory. Wow. And that could be a good strategy from Ding, because it's oh God, Gukesh played instantly.
Yeah, he did.
I was about to say it could be a good idea to play an unusual move, because then you're getting your opponent out of what they had prepared in advance. But Gukesh just knows he wants to get the knight out. He knew his plan, and so he was able to respond pretty much instantly, putting the pressure back on Ding. Ding thought, okay, I'll make this decision. I'll get some water. I'll splash some water in my face. I'll try and get out of this this tricky opening to the match. But he doesn't get any rest because Gukesh claps back immediately with his response. And that cannot feel good for Ding.
Definitely not. Thinking again now, almost 2 minutes. So let's dig into the position now, Jon Ludvig. What was the point behind making that pawn move for Ding, which we didn't look at? We looked at the other pawn move.
Yeah, it's related.
Okay.
So we talked about how pushing this other pawn forward, the intention was not that it went 2 steps forward, but really that its destination was to go another step for 3 steps total. However, we also talked about if this move comes up, then white can very easily push their pawn 1 step forward and take control of that square the black pawn wanted to go to. So what Ding did with the pawn 2 steps forward on the side is that he's preemptively taking control of an important square, and then afterwards he gets to choose whether he wants to follow up with now the 4 pawns.
Do you know what I call those 4 pawns? The mean girls. They look like the mean girls in the movie, just like they're just like fearless walking up the hallway in high school, and everyone's just scared of those 4 mean girls.
And then the alternative to pushing this pawn forward to go here would be to actually just continue along the edge of the board. And continuing along the edge of the board seems to have been Ding's plan, because that is what he played, and he didn't spend too much time on it. The bad news is that Gukesh continues responding pretty much instantly, and for every move Gukesh makes, his reinforcement of the center continues. So first he moved his knight into the game. That gave protection to 2 very important white pawns. And now with the bishop coming out to play, the bishop offers extra protection to a very, very key pawn in the middle of the board. And yeah, this is a great preparation by Gukesh, but I'm also surprised that he's allowing Ding to continue further forward along the edge. So I'm expecting Ding now to just, okay, if you allow me, I will push this pawn along the side of the board as far up as possible. But then Ding is going to avoid that trade, and
Sorry to interrupt you here, Jon Ludvig, but we've just gotten 2 more moves. Ding decided to develop his bishop and make room for his king to castle, is at least what I was quickly trying to write in the app. And then Gukesh responded immediately by playing his pawn to g4. And that makes castling a bit less tempting, I would say.
For both players, this is a super aggressive move from Gukesh, really showcasing his intentions of an attack against the black king. In addition, this also enables him to get his bishop out. One of the disadvantages Gukesh had with his placement of the knight, even though this knight is controlling in towards the middle of the board, the knight was blocking the bishop's path to get into the game. But now this bishop could try and go out on the right side of the board instead. And he's intending to push further forward with his pawns on the right side of the board. And this is such a fascinating struggle, because now Ding is clearly pushing his pawns forward on the left side and attacking there. And Gukesh responds by saying, okay, you can have the left side. I'm going to attack on the opposite flank. But the area of the board where the kings are at is on the side where Gukesh is attacking. Mm-hmm. And this is why Gukesh's position feels quite a bit better than Ding's. Because if Ding manages to get his attack going, then, you know, he's got nice aggressive pawns on a flank of the board where not that much else is happening. But if Gukesh gets his pawns running, then he's got a great charge forward against the Black King. So we can kind of say that Gukesh's attack in many ways is more valuable because the flip side of the positive, the potential benefit of his attack is checkmate. Which Ding, while his aggression is nice, the White King is going to be on the opposite side, so there's not going to be a checkmate on the left side for Ding.
Okay, so we might and quite possibly will have opposite side castling.
No, I don't.
Or maybe
think
no
so.
castling.
Oh, that's crazy.
I think both will castle to the right side.
Really?
Yeah, because even though Gukesh has pushed his pawns forward so that Gukesh will have no pawns defending his king if the king goes to the right, but look at all of these pieces. He has 2 bishops and 2 knights in very close proximity to where his king would end up, whereas a Ding, part of his issue is that all of his pieces have been forced over to the left side, so he doesn't actually have that many pieces in front of, well, he has the pawns, but he would prefer to have even more valuable defensive resources than that. So I think both kings are going to the right, and Ding doesn't really, Gukesh doesn't really need pawns to defend his king because he has pieces to do that task. And these pieces that are defending Gukesh's king, they will be multitasking. Because while they're defending the king, they will also be moving in the direction of Ding's king, being on that side of the board.
I've
See,
just
there's
added
a poll.
Yes, I just added a poll because I hear what Jon Ludvig is saying about the fact that they're both attacking opposite sides of the board, and this could be very exciting. So I'm wondering now, I mean, most people would predict that the first game in the World Championship is a draw.
Yeah.
That's what usually happens.
Yeah.
But now I'm wondering, maybe people are a bit more optimistic that we might have a winner. So that's what the current poll is saying. And 92% of people, they are saying that they think
Yes?
there might be a winner.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you and Ludwig then. I'm going to answer what you say. Will there be a winner in game 1?
Right now, it's looking like it. to me.
Whoa, okay, I'm hitting yes.
This is looking very dangerous for Ding, especially because Gukesh seems like he's still in his preparation. And I have some news here. This move, bishop to e7, that was a completely new move.
The one that Ding made.
The one that Ding made. Ding made a novelty, which is the chess terminology for a move that has never been played at the top level previously. But even though it was Ding who made the new move, it's Gukesh who responds instantly with a fierce attacking move. And this means that Gukesh was not only well prepared for this style of play and this variation, he also had anticipated potential new moves from Ding and still had his plan ready to execute the attack. So the fact that Gukesh has gotten to such a tricky position, spending basically no time at all, is incredibly intimidating for Ding. And I can only echo what you've been saying, what you've been referring to Mr. Carlson, and how that Ding, with his mentality, he can't really afford to start out losing a game, ending up having to chase Gukesh. Right now, I mean, maybe this is exaggerating the importance of the first game, but I don't really think so, because it sets the tone for everything. Right now, Ding is fighting for his life for this match. Because if Gukesh comes in and wins the first one, that's going to shatter Ding's confidence. And it's also going to showcase that Gukesh is coming to these games just better prepared than Ding. Ding himself said, I only started preparing 3 weeks ago. Well, right now, that is showing. He seems poorly prepared for this task and for this opening.
But so we're still in the opening per definition because the Kings haven't moved. So
I mean, opening doesn't really have a definition.
I thought it was until we had castling.
No, I don't think so. I think it's more fluid than that. But especially the fact that no pieces have been traded yet and the Kings have not castled, that definitely draws towards that the opening stage is not yet finished.
Okay. But I remember, again, from like the matches Magnus played, that there was a lot of talk about the openings. And for Magnus, it was all about just sort of getting through the opening, not being worse, or at least not a lot worse out of the opening. And then sort of the battle between the brains started. And Magnus felt that he was the stronger player and then should win. So when we do get out of the opening and it is Gukesh against Ding, what kind of a game are we looking at here then?
Well, it depends how much damage has been done before Gukesh has to think for himself. And at this level, and you know, they for every year the demands of preparation becomes higher. But what we've seen so far is that Gukesh, he doesn't necessarily only prepare the opening. It's possible to prepare into the next stage, into the middle game. Just because the opening kind of ends doesn't mean that your opening preparation needs to end. And right now, it feels as though Gukesh not only has a good opening, but he also has a very nice plan for the middle game, for the attack that he's building.
But it's also interesting when you look at the app, you can see the evaluation from the chess engines, which are better than any of the players, even just running on a phone.
Just sad.
It's better than every single chess player in history. And that evaluation actually says this is slightly advantageous to black for Ding's for Ding. So, and in the app, you can also turn on what is the best move that the engine is recommending.
Right.
So now it's saying the best move is to castle. But he's still using a lot of time to do this because it looks a bit scary. So the engine doesn't have any feelings and doesn't feel this pressure that Ding is experiencing here. But it's still interesting to note that actually, if you just look at the position with objectivity of a computer, it says that black is doing pretty good.
And you know,
Is it the objectivity of the computer, though? Because Gukesh is clearly in his preparation. So he will, well, maybe not he personally will have studied this, but his opening helpers, they will have studied it with their computers. And we've only analyzed with a computer here for, 10 minutes, whereas they probably worked on this for hours. And maybe they also have even more powerful computing power than normal users have available. So I find it very interesting that the computer's initial thoughts is that this is fine for black, but at the same time, it doesn't change the psychology and the feeling of the game, which is that Gukesh is piling on the pressure. He's playing moves that feel very dangerous for black, and he's doing it with surely the help of computer preparation, because he wouldn't play this quickly unless this had been something that his team had discussed beforehand. And I want to say that, and we actually spoke about this. We had a little preview session for the match, and we spoke a bit about the role of opening helpers in these World Championship matches. And I said, I don't remember if it was on the first or the second take.
We had
Unfortunately, we
takes.
lost the sound on the first take. But I remember saying that one of the most valuable things you can do as an opening team is to find something where the correct assessment of the situation differs from what the computer initially thinks. So if you can find, because everyone is analyzing everything with engines these days, but if you can find somewhere the engine is wrong, then that's incredibly valuable. And maybe that's what we're looking at here. That Gukesh's team has seen, okay, the chess engines don't really like this initially, but on the other hand, pushing all of these pawns forward towards the black king, that looks quite dangerous. What if we continue this analysis another 10 moves and see if the chess engines change their mind? Because the chess engines, they're really, really good, but normally they can only think like, I say only, but they think like 38 half moves forward, which is like 19 moves forward, which is ridiculously far. But the thing is, if you then continue another 10 moves, it means that the engine is now calculating double or more than that at least. So instead of thinking 20 moves ahead, it's kind of thinking 30 moves ahead, because you gave it another 10 moves from the beginning. Kind of like there's a limit to how far forward it can manage to go, but if you push it forward a little bit.
And we have a move.
Yeah, we have
the
a
queen
move.
is now out for Ding.
And that's what you were mentioning earlier, Ludwig, that it could be scary for Ding to play his queen. At that time, you said to b6, but it was the same direction. And then you said you didn't want to abandon the king on the other side of the board. And I even wrote that in the app. So this is quite dramatic.
Yeah. You're thinking, Ludwig.
Yeah, no. Well, the thing is, the point of this move is that if Ding were to trade between the pawns in the middle, if the black pawn captured white's pawn, then Gukesh could potentially recapture with his pawn, maintaining his good control with the pawns in the middle of the board. With Ding moving this queen out, now because the queen is pointing towards the white king, a trade between the pawns now, you would not be able to recapture with the pawn, because that would open up between the queen and the king, and you cannot put your own king in check. And also there are some ideas where if Ding continues with the pawn forward on the side of the board on the next move, then that will attack white's pawn. White's pawn will want to avoid being attacked, but then the pawn also abandons the defense of a pawn that Ding is now pointing in towards. So this queen move, it has everything to do with white's pawn on c3. And also the fact that white's king is behind that pawn.
So the way that I tried to summarize this was that Ding creates this pin that you just showed here, Ludwig, and then in the app you also have these arrows that kind of show that kind of analysis. And in that sense, Ding is kind of, is it correct to say that Ding is kind of ignoring what Gukesh is doing on the other side and he's going for his own plan?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And would you say that this kind of shows that he has some confidence after all, that he's kind of deciding to trust in his own plan?
Well, he kind of has to. He committed himself to, like, you should not play. This is like a standard rule in chess, a rule of thumb, that you shouldn't play on the side of the board where you are worse. So Ding is saying, okay, if I play over here, then he's going to crush me because that's where he has all the pieces on the right side of the board. But instead, I'm going to attack where I have the aggressive pawns and more pieces than my opponent.
Well, Gukesh is now finally, I guess, thinking a little bit. 3 minutes on his next move.
That's his first time thinking.
I know. He still has 1 hour and 55 minutes of the original time left. Now, I'm getting a little hungry, so I'm going to go grab a snack. Do you guys want anything? Coffee,
I'm good
water?
for now.
Jon Ludvig, are you good?
I'm fine as
You're
well.
fine.
I'm going to try to see when the players have something to eat. I'm
Ooh,
to
that's
try to
interesting as
experience
well.
it in the same way as them.
I know. Oh, okay. So you're going to eat when they eat.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know. They won't eat on camera, I
That's
guess.
true.
So.
That's true. They don't have anything.
But they haven't left the board either. They've just been sitting there this whole time.
That's true. Well, to you guys at home, it's so cool that you're hanging out with us while we are watching and enjoying the World Chess Championship match. This is game 1, and the bar says it's pretty much equal, the position right now. But based on everything we know leading up to the match and, well, Ding thinking for 40 minutes so far, and Gukesh only 5 minutes so far. It's looking quite good for Gukesh, who right now we can see on the screens here in the studio has closed his eyes. He is thinking right now in Zen mode. The young Gukesh, 18 years old, from India. I'm going to head out, grab some food. You guys enjoy. Maybe dig into the position, Jon Ludvig. I'm excited to see what will Gukesh play next.
Yeah. I think part of... I'm not sure it's Gukesh's plan to recapture with the pawn in the middle. And whether that was his plan or not is going to affect his decision here quite significantly. Because if his plan after pawn takes pawn was to say, oh, that's nice, because now I get my knight into a really nice situation in the middle of the board, then he may not care about the fact that the queen is pointing in towards the king, because he didn't want to move the pawn anyway. On the other hand, if his intention was to recapture with the pawn, then the fact that the black queen has now placed itself on the same diagonal as the white king, that is a serious issue. So I think what it boils down to is whether you need to offer this pawn additional protection or whether you need to escape with the king.
So you think that it could be a real possibility that he's just going to send his king to the other side?
Just moving the king here is like the most obvious move, in my opinion. It's not castling the king, but it is moving the king to an area that is just flooded with white pieces, and it steps out of this queen's attack.
I would love to know how many times it's happened that in a world championship on the first match that that the player having the white pieces doesn't castle and plays his king up like this. I mean, it's a pretty rare occurrence at this level.
But it's also rare to have such aggressive pawns. But it's not just about the aggressiveness of these pawns. The reason these pawns have been able to be so aggressive is because Ding has been kind of pushed back. And all of Ding's pieces are well, they're in the middle, but they're pretty far back. And none of them are really influencing this bottom right quadrant of the board, which is how Gukesh can justify just moving his king over here and still feeling reasonably safe. And I think the alternative to this move would be I like rook over, because then the rook will protect this pawn, which will mean we can excuse the knight from this protection. And that's kind of important, because Ding might at any moment push his pawn forward on the side, challenge white's pawn, and the white pawn will need to avoid that trade, because if black manages to trade off this pawn, then he will have such nice pressure with the rook and queen along the edge of the board. So anytime Ding offers a trade of pawns here on the flank, You got to avoid that trade. But that means the pawn will no longer be protecting its buddy, which is why we brought the rook over to take over that responsibility. And this seems reasonable, but the problem is that if Ding now chooses to make the trade between the pawns, you don't have the option of recapturing with a pawn yourself, because that would open up for the queen. And put your own king in check. And then, of course, you can take back with the knight, but my concern then is that if Ding manages to avoid a pawn here in the middle, that will allow his knight to jump from a pretty passive position, jumping forward to a situation right in the middle of the board where there are no white pawns that can chase the knight away. And that would be a tremendous asset for Ding to have. So it's really now all about whether, going back to the current situation, it's all about whether Gukesh wants to recapture with a pawn in the middle. And if he wants to use the pawn, should a trade happen here, then he needs to move his king out. And the benefit of recapturing with the pawn is that then you prevent the idea for the black knight to jump forward in the center, because this pawn will then prevent the knight from moving forward.
So that's going to be interesting. And this is the first longer think of the game that Gukesh is having. So I just added a photo now in the app of Gukesh sitting there and thinking. And what he often does is he sits with his eyes closed. So he's just visualizing this in his head and thinking about the best move. And from what you're saying, it looks like there are two different directions this can go in. And to me, I understand you're saying that this is a very sensible move, but to me, if somebody showed me this position and told me this is the World Championship and it's the first game, I don't know if I would have.
It's a really exciting game for being the first one. Very often you will see that two players kind of need to, they don't want to take a lot of risks in the first one, and that they kind of want to ease themselves into what's going to be a long match. But here, both players are playing very aggressively. Ding playing an opening without the greatest reputation, and Gukesh really just going for it in the way he's pushing his pawns forward on the right side. So, this is really speaking to the entertainment value we have in store for this match. And it's a great sign.
Yeah, because also I feel like we were talking about the fact that Gukesh might be nervous, and then that could be a big advantage for him to have these white pieces to kind of be able to control the game and not go into anything crazy, really. But then he's chosen to do that because his preparation indicates that he was really trying to go for it already from the first moves, that he wanted to punish Ding's perhaps worse preparation.
Yeah, but at the same time, could he really have expected Ding to play one thing is preparing against the French, but the other thing is actually expecting him to play the French defense. I think, I mean, if this is what Gukesh prepared against the French, he didn't really have the option of playing something calmer. But yeah, no. On the other hand, he just wanted to punish this opening because he felt like this is an area where that could be punished. That doesn't have the greatest reputation. That not a lot of players play the French defense, and one of the only guys who do is Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Ding actually played the French against Nepomniachtchi in the previous World Championship match. So, yeah, that was...
And
it's fascinating to see the trust Ding has in this French defense.
And it's also interesting to note that now in this game, they've kind of revealed their hands, so to speak. They've now they've shown some of their preparation already, and this is going to follow them into the next matches. And so it's going to be interesting to see, will Ding not play the French anymore? Did he realize that was too risky? It will all kind of depend on how this game goes, and they'll certainly be analyzing these games. When you were preparing Magnus, how much did you consider how the games that had already been played had gone?
As I recall, we didn't really consider the games played that much because Magnus very often had a strategy that he didn't want to play the same thing twice. So when Magnus was often jumping around between openings, that meant the team didn't actually have to spend so much time fixing what had already been played because we knew, well, next game will go in a different direction.
Nice for you then.
Yeah, well, there's a certain comfort in knowing what to study. So we were studying the unknown, whereas studying games that have already been played would be at least knowing that, okay, this is reasonably likely to happen because it happened before.
Yeah. But it's interesting now that Gukesh is thinking, now he's spent 15 minutes on this move. And I'm wondering what he is considering to do. You don't think this was part of his preparation either? Or?
What do you mean?
Do you think he had seen this exact position?
Oh, no. If this was part of his preparation, he would play faster. So I think this was just, we're already, on very novel territory. And Gukesh kept playing very quickly, despite Ding playing a new move with his bishop on the previous one. So at some point, you can't study everything, especially not in an opening that you're not necessarily expecting your opponent to play. So Gukesh is on his own now, and that's really, really good for Ding. Because he was feeling the pressure, having spent so much time without Gukesh even thinking about anything, right? Ding is at 1 hour, 11 minutes, which means Ding had spent 49 minutes when Gukesh had only spent like 3. So the time discrepancy there was becoming a serious issue. And it's very nice for Ding to see that he's gotten Gukesh thinking on his own. And also it's nice that for Ding in regard to that, Gukesh sometimes gets low on time. This was noticeable in the qualifier to this World Championship match. The one game Gukesh lost there was because he had way too little time remaining for the move 30 to 40 and thereabouts. So now it's important for Gukesh to kind of get into this game pretty quickly. So far, he's relied on his memory. Now he's got to rely on his calculation, and he's got to make sure that his time usage doesn't go off the rails. Because that can easily happen when you have so much more time than your opponent. You can feel like, oh no, I don't have to make a decision quickly. I have so much time now, and I can really take my time on these decisions. And then suddenly you sit there and you have 10 minutes left and you're feeling some stress.
Yeah. And I can see that from the images we have that, I mean, Gukesh, he is sitting there with his eyes closed, and sometimes he looks peaceful, but right now I feel like he looks a little bit jittery, and perhaps now he's actually feeling more of the pressure. While he was in his preparation in the beginning, maybe he was a bit confident. He saw that Ding was spending a lot of time, and now he's maybe feeling, I'm on my own here. I need to start thinking for myself. And it's a difficult position. He's given himself a very exciting but risky start to the match.
Yeah, I agree.
So you think it's between moving the rook to protect the pawn and moving the king out of the pin. Is there anything else that could possibly happen here?
I mean, yeah, that's part of Gukesh's problem. There are too many alternatives in a way. You could go pawn up on the side of the board, although I don't really like that idea. You could push more pawns forward on the opposite flank. You could bring your bishop out and then try and castle next. There's a lot of sensible moves for Gukesh in this position. And sometimes you may think that, oh, having multiple good moves, that's a great thing. But that's not necessarily the case. Having multiple good moves can sometimes mean that you spend tons of time deciding between two moves that are minuscule in their difference. But as a chess player, you always try to be like, okay, which move is better, this one or this one? And then you have to compare different pros and cons up against each other. And that kind of thinking is time consuming.
I'm trying to write a little summary and maybe send out a push notification because this is such an exciting start to the match. What do you think about that, Jon Ludvig? Too soon?
I think it's a bit too soon. I think that the game hasn't really... Well, the game is settling right now, but because the game is settling into a thinking phase, it means that we're not going to see a high frequency of moves for the next hour, maybe hour and a half.
We just got a move from Gukesh now. He developed his bishop to g2.
Okay, so what this tells us two things. Number one, Gukesh would like to castle his king. So he's moving the bishop out of the way to get to castle next. Number two, this means that Gukesh does not mind if he has to capture in the middle with a knight. So now if Ding makes the trade in the middle, Gukesh will recapture with his knight rather than the pawn. Well, the pawn is not legal. That would allow the queen to open up and attack against the white king. You're not allowed to put your own king in check. So you would have to take back with the knight instead. And that then, in turn, opens up for Ding potentially jumping forward with his knight in the middle. I also want to point out that if there's a mass trade now in the middle of the board, it does end up with white getting a nice knight in the center, but then Ding could also come in at the end of that variation with his bishop to give a check on the king, having lured the white knight away from its defensive task of this square. And the bishop can come in, put a check on the king before the king castles. You're not allowed to castle while you're in check. And this becomes actually quite a frustrating thing for for Gukesh to deal with. So actually, now that I think about it, maybe Gukesh is planning to move his bishop. Like if Ding comes and captures in the middle with his knight, maybe Gukesh's intention is to use the bishop for the recapture and say that, okay, it would have been technically better to have the knight there, but the bishop is pretty good as well. And if black were now to try and give a check in from the side, I'll always have my knight to be able to block that idea. So yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious how Gukesh is planning to deal with the potential mass trade in the middle now, as this may open up some ideas for the bishop to give a check on White's king.
But do you think that Ding will start this trade already in this move, or will he continue to make some developments, maybe castle his king?
Well, I mean, if he wants to take in the middle, he should do so now. Because if he just castles, then Gukesh will castle. And then he never has to be concerned about the bishop coming in, giving the check in from the side. After which Gukesh would have no issue just using his knight and just getting a well-placed knight in the center of the board. So it's kind of now or never for Ding about this trade. And also his queen move on the previous move, that was clearly with that trade in mind. So I think it would be very inconsistent for him not to make the trade between the pawns when you moved your queen up on the edge of the board. Because as far as I'm concerned, the point of that queen move was to make the trade without Gukesh being able to recapture using his pawn.
I'm back. Good to see you guys. I've been enjoying your commentary in the Take app. And we just received a package to the office with some new really cool Take stickers. You can already see I've decorated my laptop. I'm going to keep decorating it while I enjoy this commentary. And I have to say, isn't it crazy to still see the kings in the middle in their starting position? Still not castled.
Yeah, and I feel like both of the kings, even when they castle, they won't be as safe as we're used to seeing them in World Championship games. I feel like the White King won't have that many pawns close to him, and the Black King has a lot of white pawns coming at him. So it's going to be pretty dramatic, even if they do castle their kings now. And none of them have been tempted to do so just yet.
I also think it's interesting to look at the eval bar.
Yeah.
Because now Gukesh has been thinking for himself, right? And that changes the way I look at the eval bar.
Yeah.
Because when the eval bar was saying, oh, Ding is doing actually quite fine, but Gukesh was moving instantly, I was like, ooh, yeah, but maybe Gukesh is prepared and feels that this is a misevaluation by the chess engines. But now that he's thought for over 15 minutes on a move, I think it's safe to say Gukesh is no longer in pre-planned computer situations. And yet, the eval bar is in Ding's favor. And now I put a bit more, I put more importance to that. And what we have at the board is a really fascinating struggle, risk-taking from both players, but where Ding is probably doing okay.
It's also interesting to see Gukesh. He's pacing around the room quite a bit now. So he feels like he can't really sit still. I saw that on the previous move, he was showing kind of his first signs of being a little bit nervous and fidgety. And now he's pacing back and forth in the playing hall. And Ding is even taking note of that.
Oh, Ding was looking at him while he was pacing. That was a cool moment.
So maybe Gukesh now, no longer in his preparation, has to think for himself. has become a little bit more nervous that maybe he doesn't have as much control as he thought originally.
Well, we're only 11 moves into the World Chess Championship match 2024. The players are not playing very fast so far.
When you have 2 hours for the first 40 moves, that makes out to 3 minutes per move on average.
Well, that's true.
So right now we're on move
11.
Both players completed their 11th move. No.
No.
So both players have completed 10 moves and then 1 move from Gukesh, and we're waiting for Ding. In theory, then, if they distribute their time completely evenly, they should have spent 33 minutes so far. And Ding is way over that, and Gukesh is a little bit under. But keep in mind that at this level, the first 8 moves you normally play instantly.
Yeah.
So saying that you have 3 minutes per move on average, well, the reality is more like that you have almost 2 hours for 32 moves or something like that, taking into consideration that the opening goes a lot faster. But if we go by those calculations, they should have been actually ahead of schedule at this moment. And yet, Ding is seriously behind the 3 minute per move situation. So what I'm trying to get at is that this could very easily turn out to be a thrilling time scramble later on.
And who will then be the favorite? Because we did talk about that earlier today. That games that Ding has beaten Gukesh has sometimes been Gukesh coming. And the few games that Gukesh does lose sometimes is about time trouble.
Yeah. So we talked about the game Gukesh lost to Alireza Firouzja at the Candidates Tournament, which is the qualifier to the World Championship match. And that game, Gukesh had the advantage out of the opening. He had an extra pawn, but then he got low on time and got completely destroyed in the time scramble by Alireza Firouzja. Now, obviously, Firouzja is one of the quickest players on the circuit. So he's especially dangerous in those situations. But it is a potential weakness for Gukesh to keep in mind.
Interesting. He is pacing. We can see that on the screens. Gukesh and Ding thinking. He is in 30 seconds about to tick under 1 minute on the clock. Still 30 seconds increment after each move, and then
one hour, and they don't get the 30-second increments until move 41.
Yeah.
So 1 hour, that's all he's got.
Yeah, to reach move 40. And we have seen so many mistakes, blunders, dramatic things happen around move 40. And Ding, he still has a lot of moves to make before he reaches that new time added to his clock.
And now he has passed an hour. He only has an hour left. Because in the app, I also like that you can see how much time they spent on the specific move.
Yeah.
And we can see that Ding has spent now 11 minutes, which is not that shocking in itself. But a few moves ago when he spent more than 25 minutes, that was pretty unique.
And still no traits, right? No pieces off the board. We still have every single piece.
But we're waiting. Ludovic has already explained a bit about this drama in the middle of the board, that suddenly a lot of pieces will be traded there. So we're kind of waiting. It's been like nobody is wanting to make the first move or capture in the center. And then we'll see what happens.
Well, Ding has to capture now, in my opinion. Because otherwise his queen move out on the side of the board was completely pointless. If he allows Gukesh to castle now, uninterrupted, then that feels like a major accomplishment for the Indian.
Okay, so we are looking for the first capture in the game, in the World Championship match.
But would Ding have spent this much time if he was going to do that, Jonathan?
You make a reasonable point, but what else is he going to do?
Oh, we have the move. We have the move, and it's not a capture.
Wow. Well, maybe there's a capture on the next move.
But that pawn is far into Gukesh's territory.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we talked about this, that we needed to keep the protection of the next white pawn because Ding could at any moment continue forward along the side. And Gukesh is going to play pretty much instantly in response because his move is completely obvious. He only has one acceptable move here, and that is pawn to b3.
And he plays it.
Gukesh needs to avoid the trade between these two pawns because if the black pawn disappears off the board, that will open up for both black's rook and black's queen to point down here. So in a way, the black pawn is standing in the... it's blocking its own rook and queen from entering the game, which is why Gukesh wants to avoid this trade. And after this, now Ding captures in the center. So his plan was to make that central capture, but he includes this pawn move on the side of the board. And one of these moves were a mistake because now the computer feels that this is quite a bit better for Gukesh. And I think one of the things I don't like in particular about the way Ding executed this trade and these considerations is that now, obviously, Gukesh cannot recapture with his pawn. So he has to recapture with a knight. So let's say he uses this knight from the king side to make the capture. One of the arguments for making this trade in the center for Ding is that he can then jump forward with one of his most passively placed knights and jump forward towards the middle of the board. However, having pushed this pawn forward on the left side, whenever Ding now tries to bring this knight further forward, that would allow Gukesh to move his pawn up and attack both the queen and the knight.
But just to be clear, are you saying that you claim that A3 was the mistake?
Well, I don't have access to the computer. I cannot know what the mistake was, but a mistake was made because of the computer's assessment changing. Visually, the position has looked good for Gukesh all the time. Which is why it was interesting seeing the chess engines favoring Ding. That was, in a way, an anomaly. It went against human reasoning. But now that the chess engines favor Gukesh, I can then confidently say that whatever inhuman opportunity it was that Ding had, he has not found it, and it was kind of necessary to find it. Because strategically, his position is a bit shaky. And that is in particular because of White's pieces being so much better placed than the black counterparts, but also that White has the potential of pushing these pawns up towards the black king in the long term.
It's an interesting game.
Yeah. Definitely.
King still in their original position as well. Will we see castling at any point soon, Jon Ludvig?
I'm not sure. Maybe I don't even think so. Because now with the knight capturing in the center, that creates these possibilities of the bishop coming on the side of the board, giving a check in towards the white king. And when your king is in check, you're not allowed to castle your king. Here, Gukesh would not be able to use his knight to blockade the check because that knight is needed to protect a pawn on the opposite side of the board. With here, the black queen comes in with devastating effect. So in the short term, Gukesh is struggling to keep everything working together. And I find it very interesting that Gukesh is even thinking on this move. Because to me, it feels like, okay, they took my pawn. I should recapture that pawn and take theirs. But Gukesh is considering alternatives, of which there are not many. In fact, the only alternative to the knight capturing the pawn in the middle might be to create an even stronger threat on black. And what can be stronger than capturing a pawn? Well, there is the possibility of attacking the queen. Moving the pawn on the side a second time, but in doing so, you take
He's just
control.
done it, Jonadvik. You were
Wow.
absolutely right.
You're surprised. You're shocked, Jonadvik.
Shocked is maybe taking it a bit
Okay.
too far, but
He
definitely
tried
a
to be cowboy.
surprise. So basically, Gukesh felt so uncomfortable with the queen pointing down towards the white king, and also the queen pointing down towards this white pawn on c3. And Gukesh says, I really want to capture this pawn in the middle with the knight most in the middle, because this other knight has a task out on the flank to prevent the black bishop from coming in and giving a check. But Gukesh knows if this knight in the middle captures the pawn, then the queen comes in and takes another white pawn and puts a check on the king. So in order to avoid the queen having this pressure towards white's pawn, Gukesh says, okay, first I kick your queen back, and then I capture the pawn in the middle in the way I prefer to do.
And Ding moves his queen.
Yeah, so Ding had to move his queen. It was under attack. The queen moves back, and now the queen still targets towards this c3 pawn. But the difference is that now there's a knight blocking the queen's path. So now Gukesh can capture the pawn in the middle with his knight of choice without having to be concerned about the queen taking the pawn because, well, the queen can't jump over the knight. And then if knight takes knight, then Gukesh will have to recapture with... Ooh, then maybe he recaptures with the queen.
He just recaptured with the knight, and then... Oh, you're saying that he'll recapture that
I'm saying
again.
if another trade happens in the center, then Gukesh can bring his queen out very nicely. That must be his plan.
Mm.
So the obvious thing for Ding to do here is to make the trade between the knights for two reasons. Number one, because that would open up for the queen on the new file the queen has relocated to. But also to avoid that the white knight jumps further forward to attack the queen yet again. So the trade between the two knights makes sense, but if that means Gukesh can get his queen powerfully up in the center of the board, and the key part, when you bring your queen to the center like this, the key is, can the queen be attacked? If your queen can be pushed around, you should not move it forward in the middle. But here the queen is actually quite safe and still having, of course, that powerful positioning because the queen in the middle can go in every direction.
Well, this game is heating up. I can see in the app now it says 0.4 advantage for Gukesh after 14 moves being played. I can also see, because I am paying attention to the Twitch chat and also YouTube chat at the Take channels, that you guys would like some interaction. Now, first of all, we're so excited that you guys are hanging out with us, watching the World Chess Championship match. It's such a cool day. Day one in the World Chess Championship match. Huge day for chess. So cool that you guys are hanging out with us. And I will now pay attention. So if you do have questions for experts or comments, I will pay attention and try to bring them to our main expert here, the Hammer, doing some awesome commentary for us.
But Ludwig, do you think there's a possibility now that Ding might think that he doesn't want to capture in the center? He doesn't want to capture the knight? Because I originally thought that Ding, having his pieces kind of mushed together in the corner over there, that maybe he would want to trade and kind of get more space by trading off the pieces. But maybe now that he is thinking for several minutes that he won't do that after all?
Yeah, so in general, when your pawns are further back down than your opponents, you want to trade, not necessarily because it gives you more space, but it gives you fewer pieces you have to find good positionings for. And very often when you're lacking space behind your pawns, you have fewer safe squares for your pieces. So then having fewer pieces is considered a good thing. So from a logic standpoint, making the trade makes a ton of sense. But if the answer then is that Gukesh gets a nice queen in the middle of the board, that could persuade Ding to look in a different direction. And in particular, why this queen and bishop working together is so effective is because Ding now has a very clear plan. Ding wants to have a piece on this C4 square, the light square here. And that square is very important because it's a square where there are no white pawns that can control. As a result of the advance of this pawn attacking the queen on the previous move, Gukesh no longer has the ability to control the light square with a pawn. So, how can Ding take advantage of this? Well, he wants to bring a knight up there, and this knight is not doing much, and frankly hasn't been doing much for the whole game. So he wants to bring this knight up via the b6 square, further up to the white half of the board. However, if you make the trade between the knights first, even though that's a strategically favorable thing to do to get rid of some pieces, it has the disadvantage of preventing your follow-up plan moving the knight forward, because then the queen and bishop will be working together towards the square you need to execute your plan. So if Ding wants to have this knight forward plan, he's going to need to do it immediately. So that's what he's thinking about, whether he wants to trade the knights or whether he wants to start maneuvering forward. Which means that he's still not castling.
Which is just shocking to me. It's a World Chess Championship match game. I mean, they should respect the norms of chess. You get your king to safety. Isn't it crazy? If in the first game we don't have castling.
It's coming. It's just way later than normal. Okay. And because the players feel like they need to prioritize the placement of their pieces. And they also feel like their king isn't under an immediate attack, so they are free to prioritize differently. But here with the knight trying to reach its ultimate square, the problem with this is that then Gukesh can say, okay, I don't want to trade the knights because I understand that strategically this is favorable for you. And then Gukesh escapes with his knight while also attacking the black queen, forcing the queen to step back, and then maybe you move your knight back so that you open up for this bishop while also controlling the square that the black knight was trying to go to. I'm not entirely sure about that move. Maybe you castle. Yeah, and then maybe you castle. And then, you know, Ding gets his knight to a nice square, but he's still kind of cramped. And the fascinating struggle continues. But I still feel like this pawn formation for Gukesh is doing a really good job of restricting the movement of black's pieces. And here the pawn in particular is working well against the black bishop and the black knight here. Because the pawn is controlling here, here. They're controlling a lot of dark squares. And a bishop that moves on dark squares is necessarily limited by the opponent controlling dark squares. And a knight that is placed on a light square, this is interesting. Well, obvious, but interesting. A knight on the light square can only move to dark squares. Such is the movement of the knights. But that also means that a knight on the light square is being restricted by the opponent's pawns controlling the dark squares. So yeah, strategically, it's been a pleasant development of the game for Gukesh, and now, as we can see from Ding's thinking time,
Again.
he's the one having to make some difficult decisions.
He's almost down to now half the time. Gukesh has 1.5 hours left, and Ding soon 45 minutes.
Wow.
And that's gonna play a major role in this if Ding isn't able to kind of kill the action in this in the middle here.
He's going to have to make 26 moves within probably like 45, 40, 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's
however
going to
long he
be
spends
very
on this.
stressful.
Yeah.
Even though he does get these 30 seconds per move, so running out of time, that's not going to happen.
He does not.
Hmm?
They're playing with 2 hours. For
Oh,
the
so they
first
don't get
40.
30 seconds per move?
Not until
Oh.
move 40, correct?
maybe
Okay,
I'll
we'll double check that.
Yeah, we'll double.
We do have a couple of questions that I'll address right
Yeah,
now.
sorry. The 30-second increment is from move 41. Yeah, now I understand what you mean.
Exactly. So, I mean, it's getting quite dramatic for Ding in terms of the clock times right now, thinking about his move 14 over 10 minutes right now. One question from the chat is, when will Magnus appear in the commentary? Well, Magnus is right now in Singapore, where the players are sitting. He's been playing the freestyle match, which he won against Fabiano Caruana. He definitely might turn up to join the commentary at some point during the match, and every single day after the game's finished, he will join us to do a recap together with Gotham Chess, Levi Rosman, and that will be published in the app and in our YouTube channel a few hours after every game. So we're going to record it 1 hour after the game finishes. So that's cool. Another question was, who are all the people in the background that you can see behind Jon Ludvig and Mod? Well, that's the developer team, the people making the Take app, the people making sure it looks good, it works, that you get all the moves, that you get all the notifications. Maybe if they're listening, they can do a wave. No. Well, they're not. They're working on the app. They're not paying attention to the stream. And the final question here that I read in the Twitch chat was, with the recent development now, Jon Ludvig, and we have seen the bar inching up for Gukesh, you did say a few moves ago that you thought it wasn't very unlikely that this game would end up with a winner. Is it getting more and more likely, would you say?
I would say it's equally likely as it was. The start to the game, while lacking in moves was not lacking in drama, which unfortunately is a staple of chess broadcasting. When nothing is happening, it usually means that there's trouble brewing, but at a later stage. The players have spent way more time than they really should this early in the game, which doesn't affect the game right now, but it's going to affect the game. So in that way, it is affecting the game. So right now, the slow pace has continued from the opening, and the slow pace is part of what makes a winner likely. Because when players get low on time, they make mistakes, and mistakes can be exploited into wins.
Yeah.
So the time usage does point towards a higher than normal likelihood of a decisive result.
Wow. Would you be stressed if you were Ding right now? Sort of thinking about what moves to make, what plans to make, and then also sort of taking a look at the clock.
I mean, I would be stressed just playing against some of the best players in the world, which is not maybe the greatest comparison with Ding, who's been there, done that plenty of times already. But looking at his position and his clock situation, I would be very stressed. Yeah, he's way down on the clock, and his position feels uncomfortable. It feels like he's struggling to get his pieces working together in optimal fashion. So I would say this is a very problematic situation for Ding. I would go as far as to say that it's way more problematic than the computer's assessment suggests it is. Because the chess engines, they don't take into consideration human emotions, and they don't take into consideration the time that you have spent, and well, in particular, the time you have remaining, which is the key factor. And all those things put together, I would say Ding is in big trouble.
You can see that Gukesh is pacing around the board again. I'm wondering how much that's affecting Ding while he's sitting there and trying to think up good moves, and his opponent is like...
It's almost like an annoying bug.
Yeah.
Sort of buzzing around you all the time while you're desperately trying to think and figure out the best move. And then this little guy is just walking around you.
And I guess Gukesh, I guess we can't really call him a child, but one of the things that I find most annoying when I'm playing against small children is that they are always like buzzing around and kind of like knocking things over, and then they're like, oh, I need to go to the bathroom, climbing on chairs, like. And I feel a little bit the same thing here with Gukesh really pacing around. On the other hand, maybe it's a sign that he's a bit nervous, and maybe Ding can get some positive feelings from that.
It's only normal having some jitters, experiencing something for the first time.
Well, he's still a teenager. Gukesh, only 18. So
And Gukesh obviously doesn't he wants to be there when the move is made, right?
Yeah.
Because if you lose 30 seconds every time your opponent makes a move and you're sitting in the break room, and then you have to move to the board, and it takes 30 seconds from you notice that a move has been made until you get back to the board, that adds up over time. So I think it's also clear that Gukesh he doesn't want to lose any unnecessary time on moving between the break room and the playing room, the board. Because like you mentioned earlier, Kaya, this was a big deal in the match between Magnus and Nepomniachtchi, where people were unhappy that they couldn't see the players because they would always run off to the break room.
Yeah, it didn't make for a very good TV sport when most of the time there was maximally one person by the board. Sometimes neither of them. They would actually do the thinking also in their private room sometimes, especially Nepomniachtchi. So I'm glad to see 2 players in at least the same room right now.
I'm not sure I've found the optimal sitting position, Kaya. I
Ooh.
feel like sometimes I'm leaning back into
You-
these chairs, and
I kind
I'm
of
not
agree.
sure it's the best, the best look I have.
The chairs are quite like hard, right? It's
But
not
I
the
actually
most
prefer
comfortable.
that a little bit because when I'm sitting on these spinny chairs that I'm noticing the players are sitting on, then I start spinning in every
Aha,
direction.
so we don't want the spinning.
So when you're talking about the young kids that annoy you at the chessboard, you're really just projecting.
Yeah. But I actually saw that Gukesh was also spinning on his chair, and I was like, oh, interesting choice that they both have like these spinny
That's true.
chairs.
Well, we have in the studio chosen some really, I have to say, they're
Classroom
not
chairs, I would call these.
Yeah, they're not really
They
comfortable.
remind me of like sitting in a classroom.
I'm wondering if we should get some new chairs. Should we order some new chairs, you guys?
The move just came.
Ooh!
And it was the plan that you were describing.
Knight to b6. So Ding, even though he wanted to trade off the knights, doing so would have prevented him from following up with the knight maneuver. So he chooses to go with the knight maneuver first, but the problem with this is that now Gukesh can avoid the trade altogether and keep as many pieces on the board as possible, which is considered an advantage when you have what Gukesh has right now, a space advantage. And space advantage basically just means that you have more room behind your pawns than your opponent. Basically, that your pawns are higher up on the board than the opponent. And the reason that can be advantageous is that your pawns are like your foot soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of they are your front lines.
Mm-hmm.
And moving behind the front lines is considered safe. The action is taking place with your most forward pieces. And so having the pawns kind of give some protective barrier means that the pieces can maneuver fairly safely behind the pawns. And that's what Gukesh is happy with right now.
Except from that knight. They can always jump over.
Except the knight, yeah. So right now, Ding is looking like he's going to have one well-placed piece inside White's half. But Gukesh says you may have that well-placed piece because the rest of your stuff is looking kind of miserable.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm in IKEA right now ordering some new chairs for the studio. Some free advertisement there for our
Wait,
Swedish
what? We're
friends.
getting Swedish chairs?
I don't know any Norwegian chair brand. Well, you have the most comfortable one, Stressless. That's Norwegian, isn't it?
Is it?
I think it is actually. But I'm not sure we should actually be like hanging out in Stressless.
Can you afford it?
That's also a question.
Swedish things are cheaper.
Exactly. You know, we are a brand new app. We want to spend the money on the right things right now. Let's go for IKEA. And then we can also have the fun moment of Jon Ludvig having to build his own IKEA chair live tomorrow. Or
I actually,
get the chance.
when I got, I in my home office, I have this really nice IKEA office chair.
Mm-hmm.
And when I built that, I was seriously considering streaming it.
I feel like that's the thing. Like, chess players are known for not having a driver's license and maybe also not being the best at building IKEA furniture.
Wait, I never heard that before.
I feel I heard that.
But didn't they do that during if it was during the Champions Chess Tour or something,
yeah.
where they had to kind of fix their own chairs
You have to
and
build a secret lab chairs.
yeah, and they didn't do a very good job with that.
Exactly. Not saying I would. Not saying I would do it. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we'll have a competition. Like, first one to build their own chair. I am ordering. All right, nice. So we will have comfortable chairs. It definitely looks like Gukesh and Ding has comfortable chairs there in Singapore where the match is happening. It's kind of cool that it is in Singapore because it's kind of nicely placed in terms of China on one hand, India on the other hand.
And they made a big point out of the fact that it was the first World Championship where like the players are both from Southeast Asia, and it's cool that like 100 years ago that wasn't really like the center of chess, and then it's kind of shifted in that direction with so many Indian players, and then obviously Ding as well. So winning the Olympiad 10 years ago. With when the Olympiad was here in Norway, I remember that was the first time I noticed Ding because he was playing on the Chinese team, and I sat on the plane with him back from Tromsø to Oslo.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you talk to him then?
Well, he didn't know that much English, so
he didn't talk that much.
Not really.
But that's kind of cool. And here you are, like 11 years later, commentating on him defending his title in the World Championship match. How cool. And it's also cool.
I saw Ding saying that he felt really at home in Singapore because a lot of people there actually speak Chinese. It's supposed to be kind of like middle ground between China and India, but it's definitely more China than India.
Maybe that's what.
But then again, there's more Indian chess fans than there are Chinese chess fans. So Gukesh has got that going for him.
I have to say, I've always found sort of coming into chess as a non-chess player that the chess community is a very kind community, sort of rooting for each other, being very kind. And we've been publishing these episodes. The first one was about Ding, and we did have a lot of Indian fans watching that episode, and they would all like write comments about, ooh, of course I'm Indian, I root for Gukesh, but I support Ding as well. I don't want Ding to lose. He's such a cool guy. And same when we had the episode on Gukesh. People like supporting Ding, but also Gukesh. They don't want anything harmful or mean for the other player. So I think there's a lot of support for both players.
And I think also everyone is kind of interested in that this is supposed to be like it's the first World Championship or the second one, I guess, where we don't have Magnus. We don't have like the best player in the world playing right now. So I guess everyone is kind of hoping that the chess itself will still be very fun and interesting and at a very high level, even though we won't see Magnus playing. And that's also nice that people are just like hoping that Ding is in his prime. That's always something people are discussing. Prime Ding, he's amazing, but Ding, when he's not at his best, he can make a lot of mistakes. He can have a really tough time winning games. He draws a lot. So it's very interesting to see. But I would say that just from this beginning of this game, that it looks like Ding is at least alive, and the choice of opening indicates that he's here to fight and not just draw the games, to put it that way.
But then again, drawing all the games maybe would have been a superior strategy. Remember Magnus playing against Fabiano? At that time, they both had the same rating. It was the closest anyone has ever been to overtaking Magnus on the world ranking lists since, I don't know, 2009 or something. But Magnus he had this strategy that he was just gonna, if he could get a draw, he wanted a draw, because he was like, I'm gonna take him in the tie breaks, in the rapid chess. And he did. He won 3-0 in the rapid, just completely obliterated Fabiano after playing 6-6 in the classical games.
Yeah.
And Gukesh has a reputation as being a way worse rapid and blitz player than he is a classical player.
Yeah. Yeah, you have the quotes again from Magnus saying that Gukesh is simply a mystery to him because he's just so good at classical chess. But when you have the faster time controls, it's just not the same Gukesh because he doesn't have that time to calculate, I guess.
And it's also, it's interesting to hear Magnus's reasoning about the calculation, that Gukesh is so dependent on calculating everything, but he simply doesn't have time to do that in the quicker formats. And this also explains why Gukesh is prone to getting low on time, even in classical chess. because his style is so consuming, time consuming in calculations.
Yeah. Well, he is spending time right now, Gukesh, thinking for 9 minutes so far on his move 15, but still has way more time than Ding. You did mention ratings, and I just went into the Take app, and I am clicking the profile of Gukesh because that's a cool feature in the Take app. You get the profiles for the players, and they will be updated all the time. Gukesh is world number 5. His rating is 2794. Very close to 2800. Ding Liren, world number 23 and world champion. His rating 2728. Now, is there a chance Gukesh will hit 2800 in the World Chess Championship match?
Yeah. I
If he
mean, he only
wins.
needs to win 2 games.
2 games is
to
what he
make
needs.
it happen.
Wow.
So that could very well happen. But yeah, winning 2 games at this stage, I think he would then care a lot more about that resulting in getting the title
Being very close to the title.
than 2800.
Yeah. Well, he is spending a lot of time now. So Ding has moved his knight towards the center of the board. What is it about now for Gukesh?
Yeah, well, Gukesh did make his move.
Oh, they just did
He
it.
castled.
Yeah. So I'm a bit surprised by that. I thought that Gukesh was now going to avoid the trade between the 2 knights, since Ding did not have the opportunity to make the desired trade earlier. But instead, Gukesh just castles his king. So now we do get the castling, better late than never. And then also Ding very quickly responds because he had a clear plan with his previous move. He wanted to get that knight further up, and the knight now also attacks towards the white bishop, which then again explains why Gukesh is able to make his move quickly in return, because Gukesh wants to move the bishop away so that it doesn't get captured by the black knight, but he also wants to keep the bishop on the diagonal so that he still protects in towards the middle.
Okay. We have a question on the YouTube chat. Someone asking, someone tell me how many games will there be and how many days? And also why are there no other players such as Hikaru, Magnus, Prague? Why is there only 2 people in this match to decide the World Chess Championship match? And it's cool to then notice that we have some new people to the chess world following us. Welcome to our behind the scenes show, first of all. Now, the World Chess Championship cycle works that 8 players qualify for a candidates tournament, and in the candidates tournament there is 1 winner. And in the last candidates tournament, that was Gukesh. He then wins the chance to challenge the World Chess Champion, which is Ding Liren. He beat Jan Pomniachtchi in the last World Championship match for the title. And they face off in a battle of 14 games to become the world champion. So first player to reach 7.5 points, they get 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw. First player to reach 7.5 points is the world champion. And if it's not decided by 14 games, then it will be decided in tie breaks with rapid and blitz chess. So there you have the explanation to that. All right, and then it's Ding now, thinking again. He is ticking down to 30 minutes on the clock, and here comes the move. He moves his bishop, Björn Ludwig.
The last piece that wasn't really developed yet of the knights and the bishops.
That's true.
But once again, he delays castling his king. So why does he feel like getting the bishop into the game is a priority compared to getting the king to safety? I'm not sure why.
He can now technically castle to both sides, but he probably isn't planning on that.
Yeah, no, castling to the left side would not work out for Ding. There's only 1 pawn in the vicinity of the king here. That would not be enough protection So I think we can rule that out. Maybe he wants to keep his king in the middle of the board, but that's a risky strategy. Yeah, no, I'm struggling to understand why he's prioritizing getting the bishop only one square forward compared to, for instance, castling his king.
But at the same time, when he does keep his king in the middle of the board, he kind of remains flexible. So if Gukesh starts attacking the king side, the right side of the board here, then maybe he feels that having not castled will allow him to escape with his king. It also gives Gukesh a bit more to think about, maybe.
Well, I think Gukesh's plan is pretty clear here. So Gukesh wants to make this move, pawn to f5. He wants to push forward with his pawn to create, or rather further, his attack. But if he does push that pawn forward, then the pawn will no longer protect its buddy in the center. And that pawn in the center is a pawn that black has 2 knights and a queen pointed in towards. So I think here for Gukesh, it makes tremendous sense to go with the queen to the e2 square, because here the queen will be pointing up towards the pawn and keeping that pawn protected. And then on the move after that, I would consider getting this rook from the corner of the board. This is the rook that is most out of play, that isn't really participating in the game. And I would move that rook so that the rook also helps protecting the pawn in the middle. And then Gukesh would be ready to continue his advance of the pawns. So in 3 moves, Gukesh will have everything coordinated. And the question then becomes, what can Ding do in the next 3 moves to disrupt the white plan? And maybe that's why Ding is not castling, that he feels this is a moment where time is of the essence, and castling the king, while generally useful, is not putting enough pressure on white, on Gukesh. And that Ding feels like he needs to come up with a more threatening plan to make Ding react to what he's to make Gukesh react to what Ding is doing, rather than just following along with Gukesh's intentions.
It would be kind of brave, though, not castling, for Ding sort of showing some confidence, showing some intention. If he decides
at this point, I feel like it's more about good moves, bad moves.
Mm-hmm.
So not castling here, it's not confidence or not. It's more of a, are you playing well or not? Are you acknowledging what the priorities have to be, and get the order right?
Ding is only down to 36 minutes now as well. So I also feel like I would be a little bit nervous playing the first game in the World Championship, and I only have about 1/4 of the time left, and I still haven't castled. I mean, he must be feeling a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
And Jon Ludvig showing this plan that Gukesh has, that seems very easy to kind of play very quickly. And then Ding, on the other hand, I don't entirely understand what moves he's going to be making in the next moves. So, yeah, it looks like a little bit of a difficult development for him now.
Wow. Yeah. And I can see in the app, the evaluation bar says 0.3 advantage for Gukesh, which is not huge, of course. But I guess then listening to Jon Ludvig from sort of the human point of view, and also definitely looking at the clocks, this is difficult for Ding. And we remind you guys, so the time they have on the clock right now is the time they have until move 40. So they have to play move 40 as well. And after that, they get more time and increment on the clock. But ding, he has 36 minutes to play 22 moves, I think.
Yeah.
And that's not a lot. That's not a lot. He has to speed up. But right now it is Gukesh thinking. We're looking at the screens here in the studio. Such a cool image of the young Gukesh right now with his head in his hands, thinking deeply about the position right now. How many moves do you think like he's calculating right now?
Well, like how many moves was the plan that you showed? Was it 3?
Yeah.
3, 2.
No, I think in general, people often exaggerate how far ahead these top level players think. And there's a huge difference between the early stages and the later stages of the game.
Okay.
In the later stages, there's fewer pieces to keep control over, which means there are fewer plans to choose between. And then you can calculate super far ahead. Whereas when the players have so many different options, such as now, you don't necessarily think more than 4 or 5 moves ahead, but you consider a lot more moves. So in an end game, maybe you only consider 1 move, but you calculate that 12 moves ahead.
Wow.
But here, maybe you consider 4 different moves or plans, but only calculate that 3, 4 moves.
And now both players are sitting by the board. That's such a cool image from the venue in Singapore. FIDE has organized a cool venue here. So far, I think it looks really, really cool. Google is a sponsor. That's also very cool. And in the background right now on our screens, we can see the arbiter. Do we know who the arbiter is for this match? Do you recognize him, Jan Ludvig?
I mean, when there's a bold white guy being an arbiter, you kind of assume it's Chris Bird.
Yeah, I know. That's the one. The one
I'm not
arbiter name.
entirely convinced it was Chris.
I also know Judith, an arbiter as well. But this guy, I don't think I've seen before. Maybe you guys in the chat know who the arbiter for the match is. He is just paying attention to everything happening according to rules and regulations, that both players are happy. And maybe he's going to be busy when the clocks tick down. It would be shocking if one of the players loses on time. That rarely happens in classical chess.
In general, these world championships are self-governed between the players. And I remember there was a situation between Magnus and Nepomniachtchi where Magnus didn't know that FIDE had made a poor adjustment to the rules, where you no longer have the formulation that if you touch a piece without the intention to move, then that's okay. And the World Chess Federation changed the rule to that if you touch a piece without having said in advance that I'm just adjusting the positioning, then you have to make a move with that piece.
Yeah.
And Magnus got a question about this in the press conference, and he reacted pretty. He reacted. He actually got angry at the journalist asking the question, because to him it would be incredibly unsportsmanlike to claim that he would have to make a move just because he adjusted the piece when his opponent was not present at the board. And because it's weird speaking out loud when you're not speaking to anyone.
Yeah.
And so if an arbiter had reacted to that, that would just... It's better that the players have their kind of sense of sportsmanship to sometimes supersede rules that are not great, because you shouldn't be forced to make a move if you didn't have the intention to move that piece.
Yeah, with this much at stake as well.
Yeah, but also Nepomniachtchi was like, of course, I would never react to such a thing, right? Because that's there's an honor code and unwritten rules at the top level, and this was one of them.
Well, we also saw something similar. I think it was in the Tata Steel India tournament that was recently played, or maybe the one before that. No, I think it was the Tata Steel, where some players would arrive to the board late, and the other player will be allowed to start the clock, and the clock will be running. The time will be running for the players who's not present, but they would always sort of just not start the clock to sort of respect that, something probably happened, he's probably coming, and they didn't. Oh, you don't like that, Ludwig?
Oh no,
you would have started the clock?
There are certain players who are always late.
Like-
And I would not give them the benefit of the doubt, and I would start the clock immediately.
Really? I like that. That's cool.
But I don't know. Maybe there I'm not in the, because maybe
Sportsman
there
of
I'm.
of the year awards.
Well, no, it's not about that, but it's like maybe my level has different customs than the very top level, because the truth of the matter is that these top guys play each other a lot.
Yeah.
There's not as much variance in representation as one would maybe hope.
Yep.
Although I will say that Aravind
Yeah?
did win this tournament in India, the Masters tournament recently. So that was like he was the lowest rated player in the field and managed to win. We also had Jordan van Forest
Yeah.
win in the Netherlands at his home turf, despite being the second lowest rated. So yeah, I do like to see organizers inviting some of the lesser players and getting rewarded for that with good performances.
Do you play anymore, Jon Ludwig? You haven't officially retired, as far as I know.
What does officially retire mean?
It means saying it out loud.
Yeah. No, I haven't officially retired. I don't see myself ever officially retiring.
That's cool.
Chess is always going to be a big part of my life, and yeah, I think this is true for a lot of chess players. It's a very difficult game to quit.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not playing as much now as I used to before. Yeah, it's the way of life. Let the younger guys battle it out instead.
And the old ones commentate.
Yeah, well, to be fair, that is why I've not played as much, because I've gotten a lot of commentary opportunities, and then those have often conflicted with some playing opportunities. But I'm trying to always play the Norwegian Championship every year. But because I haven't played much lately, I've done terribly in the last 2 editions. So
Well, but then you can always blame it on hardly ever playing anymore.
yeah, I can blame it on that, but I would prefer winning.
Yeah, well, so that means, your head is still in the game, I guess, then.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. And now your head is looking at this position. I can see you constantly looking over. Gukesh has been thinking for almost 15 minutes now. This is good news for Dingley Ren. Should we, I mean, you have been digging into the position, but is there anything else we can look at? Like if we look at this game as a journey, each move meaning something new, what can happen now? What are the possibilities in this position?
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck on this one plan. And then I'm not realizing if there's something Ding has planned that somehow prevents the plan from happening. But
You guys want some water, by the way. I can see it going on
Yes.
YouTube. Poor guys,
Thank
fill their
you.
water glasses. That is so. Thank you.
we
chat.
ran out of the
Oh, okay. Well,
on
I
this
will
side.
head out and get. Do you want some coffee? Tea?
tea would be
fruit.
nice.
Tea would be nice. How about you, Mo?
Yeah, maybe I'll also go for coffee.
Okay.
But I'm
Coffee
also
for
feeling
you,
like
tea for
every
me.
time I'm kind of telling myself, oh, this is going to be a long day and you don't have that many breaks and stuff, I'm also looking at the players and I'm thinking, well, they have to do this as well. And they can't even talk to anybody and they can't turn off their mind
Is there
for
another yogurt?
even a minute.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Yogurt, tea, coffee.
But yeah, I'm kind of stuck on this queen, just reinforcing the most forward pawn, the most forward piece, right? The only thing that Gukesh has inside Ding's half of the board. That one is going to need more protection before the remaining forces can continue. So I'm still on this. Get both the queen and rook into the middle. And then both of these will also be on the same file as the king. Right now, that's not of any importance, but suddenly these things tend to become important, significant.
But I mean, to me, also when you show them in this way, they look very sensible and natural, and you would kind of assume they were the kind of move you could make and they couldn't possibly be so bad. So why do you think he is spending now more than 17 minutes on this?
Because the enemy of good is perfect. Is that a saying? It's just that in the World Championship, good is not necessarily good enough. You need some perfection, and so I think a lot of this time spent is about really digging into whether there are alternate plans. I guess one thing we haven't really spoken about is what happens if, well, I mentioned it, right? I said he wants to go and push the pawn further forward. And I said, well, he cannot do this immediately because then there's this pawn that's unprotected. But you could imagine that Gukesh just plays this as a sacrifice and says, okay, I'm going to allow you to capture my pawn in the middle, but then with no pawn there, maybe trade, and then you get the rook in, and you have this opening down towards the black king. But the problem is that giving up a pawn in the middle of the board is quite serious, because that means suddenly black has the 2 versus 0 in number of pawns on the 2 most central files. And that's...
That would explain the thinking, at least. I mean, if you're considering to give away a pawn in your first game in a world championship ever, I can understand that that would require some thought.
Yeah, but then again, you can ask yourself, why are you even really considering this? Because that seems like a crazy thing to do when losing is such a risky thing, putting you behind in the match, and well, especially when you have such an obvious alternative. So that's my best guess, is some kind of sacrifice as an alternative, but I'm not feeling the sacrifice. It feels unnecessary. It feels like White's position is good enough to just proceed without burning bridges.
And then I guess the other thing to consider in this situation that you were kind of talking about earlier was this trade of the knights that Ding maybe wants to go for.
Yeah. Well, now he's had the opportunity and chose not to.
Okay.
So now I'm starting to think maybe Ding doesn't want to trade knights. But or rather, he wants the trade to happen on his terms. So Gukesh, if he thinks that Ding doesn't want to trade, then he could be the one to make the trade. But the problem with that is that then Ding could change the pawn formation, recapture with his pawn, and the benefit of that is that then you have one more pawn who can potentially control in towards the middle of the board. And a rather important square that we've talked about a lot here in the middle, where the knight was previously. So, and then maybe Ding doesn't want to trade, because this is a new theory I'm developing. Maybe he's not afraid of knight recaptures. Maybe Ding is concerned about the bishop recapturing, because then the bishop will reinforce the protection of the most forward pawn, and then maybe you could push up next after that. And if here's another point, that if you want to recapture with the bishop, then putting the queen on this e2 square is not optimal. Because if you put the queen here and a trade happens, then you kind of need, this is a potential point of that bishop move that Ding played. That now if the bishop recaptures in the middle, that bishop may move up, point towards the queen and the rook on the same diagonal here. And that could be annoying.
The first thing I thought when I saw that bishop move was that it was kind of like a waiting move, or you need to develop your pieces. So I thought that when Ding just played his bishop to d7 just now, I didn't really think there could be any real thought behind it besides the fact that you need to kind of make some space for your pieces. Maybe he was going to bring his rook into the game, but now it seems like he's had more thoughts than I would have initially.
Well, but the thing is, if the bishop comes here and tries points down, it also means that the bishop is moving away from the right side of the board over to the left. And then maybe that just allows Gukesh to rush forward. So even this, I think, looks very nice for Gukesh. And actually, I'm really liking this bishop here. Because not only is the bishop pretty nice, it can also help if you want to even go even further forward with this pawn. So I think to go back to the current situation on the board, I feel like Gukesh needs to try and go pawn to f5. This is his goal. He wants to make this advance. And then the question is, how do you make it happen in the most accurate way? I still like this queen move. How much time did he spend here?
He spent soon 24 minutes.
It's a very long time. I guess it's okay, seeing as how Ding is so low on time, but it's a bad omen for later stages of the match where he doesn't manage to build up such a big time advantage out of the opening. Right now it's okay, but maybe it's a sign of bad habits in the future.
It's also interesting to note that Ding, he has been sitting at the board for a very long time, even though now he's had 25 minutes where he could have gone to the bathroom, he could have taken a break, he could have walked around a little bit. But he's just sitting there like glued to the board. I'm wondering if that's a good sign or if it's a sign that he has so much to think about that he can't look away for even a second.
Especially now, that Gukesh has been thinking for 25 minutes. Why is Ding constantly sitting there? Maybe that would be nice for him. Get up, shake it off a little bit. It started. All right, well, you guys have finally gotten some food and drinks. You have to let me know when you need something.
No, but it's been fine for now. And I was thinking as well, like, okay, are they going to get any glasses of water? Are they going to drink anything? They've been sitting there now for 2.5 hours. I guess they're mostly doing that in their in those private rooms, but they're not even going to those private rooms.
Exactly, yeah.
So I'm more concerned about the players getting enough water and food at this point.
And energy, yeah. Yeah, it's such a good point, right? You need to make sure you don't suddenly, in a critical moment, you're super hungry or your blood sugar is not where it should be.
And this is, with this kind of time when they have 2 hours per person, often these games are longer than what they're used to. It's become very normal to have 1.5 hour per player and then the 30 seconds extra per move and then nothing else.
Yeah.
And it's a very different experience because they're going to have these 2 hours each, and then there's also going to be this time scramble, which is going to be very exhausting. And then once that time scramble is over, they're going to have those 30 minutes, which isn't that much really, to end the game.
Yeah.
So much of this time control is very, very exhausting for them. And now they're leaving the part where they're allowed to sit and think for this long. They're not going to be able to do that very many more times.
It's going to heat up, you guys, this game. Wow. It says 0.3 for advantage for Gukesh right now. But it feels like big things might happen within the next few moves. They still have 23 moves to make before reaching move 40, where they get additional time. So they're going to have to move faster, especially Ding, depending on how fast Gukesh now makes his move.
And I still feel like Gukesh's moves are very natural. The ones that Yundudik has been describing, of getting his queen into the center a little bit, and then including a rook so that all of his pieces are very coordinated, and then the queen and the rook together supporting the pawns in the middle. That's like a very standard plan, and there's nothing that Ding can really do to stop those moves. And on the other hand, Ding needs to do something. He can't just stand around anyways. And I would think that it's going to be harder for him to kind of find some plan to play. And when you have little time, that's like the best thing you can find, is just any plan is better than no plan.
Oh, I heard that, yeah.
And
a bad plan is better than no plan?
Yeah.
Oh.
Or Yundudik maybe disagrees.
It's a good thing he's eating. He can't join in on that conversation. Let's just agree, Maud.
But
Bad
actually,
plan's
when
better
you
than
have
no
little
plan.
time, you need to be doing something.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just freeze, and then you kind of overthink, and you're not making any progress. Your moves aren't coordinated. Yeah, I don't know exactly what Ding's plan is so far, but on the other hand, he has been kind of bold and pushing his pawn all the way up the side of the board. A very unusual, and yeah, now we're in a position that nobody has played before, obviously. But that was much thanks to Ding's kind of strange choices that have seemingly worked all right with the computer evaluation. And now that Gukesh is approaching 30 minutes spent on one move, I think that's going to be a new record for this game.
Yeah. Wow.
Really a long time to be spending.
But he doesn't strike me as the guy who gets stressed. I would, though, really like to know what's going on the inside of both of these players, basically. Are they just constantly on the moves, or are they sort of drifting into thinking about the clock or thinking about something else?
Yeah, and it's quite impressive considering how many long things Sting has had.
Yeah.
That Gukesh is about to take the record.
Oh, that's true. How was the yogurt?
It was excellent, thank you.
The chat asking, what is it? Is it strawberry? Is it raspberry?
Embarrassingly, I'm not entirely sure.
You can't taste the difference between strawberry and raspberry.
It was a red berry of some denomination.
Well, I'm very glad you liked it, Yundudvik, and I'm also very glad that you guys at home are hanging out with us in the Take studio. We are enjoying the first game in the World Chess Championship match. I have to tell you guys, I'm really enjoying myself. I'm having a really good time, and I'm so anxious now to see sort of the developments in this game. It's been feeling like so far, we're kind of waiting. We're waiting for something big to happen in time trouble.
The World Chess Federation just had an interesting stat on their broadcast.
Oh, what was it?
They had a stat on how much time the players were away from the board.
Oh, interesting.
And Gukesh so far had 22 minutes away from the board, which I would say is not a lot, considering we've been playing for almost 2.5 hours. Whereas Ding had zero minutes away from the board.
Wow. That's shocking, right?
It's incredible. I would say it's a mistake. I mean, I don't think you can keep your concentration for a full 5-hour game if you just sit there all the time. You need to kind of give your head some rest, and especially if Ding is not in the greatest, form, then your thinking is not amazing, and then maybe you need to give your head more rest than normal. But it seems like Ding has just decided to power through and maybe compensate for his lack of form by just doing even more calculations than he would maybe normally do.
I've just added to the app because we can upload pictures as well.
Oh, nice.
So we have some pictures of the players sitting very concentrated, and I just added the point that Jon Ludvig made that Ding has spent 0 minutes away, and that Jon Ludvig is even saying that could be a mistake. We haven't had really any mistakes on the board, none that we have awarded this special mistake notification. But maybe this could be one that Ding has been sitting here and he has been concentrated for more than 2.5 hours. How is that even possible at this level? And will he exhaust himself?
Yeah. Wow, so many questions, and we're gonna get some answers within basically the next hour. Gukesh now has 49 minutes left on the clock until move 40. Ding has 36 minutes, and I can see in the app as well, if I click the engine move to show the engine's top move, it wants to move the queen 1 square diagonally forwards. So
to the right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the most obvious move. It's the only move we've really been talking about. And I'm shocked that Gukesh is spending this amount of time on such a straightforward move. And we discussed while you were feeding us that the only kind of reasonable thing for why Gukesh is spending this amount of time is whether he's contemplating a pawn sacrifice. If he's considering doing something very controversial, that could be a justification for the time usage.
Wow. Okay, show us the sacrifice.
Pawn to f5 would leave this pawn poorly defended, and Ding would capture that pawn. But then maybe white could point towards the king.
But now we have the move, and he did play the queen to e2.
After 30-something minutes. Wow.
Yeah, bad time management by Gukesh. Good move, bad time management.
It is the move. So we don't have the sacrifice that we just showed on the board. We have the expected queen move. And now, Ding. He is sitting by the board. He never leaves. Should he have an instant reply to this? Or will he think now? I mean, he should expect this.
He definitely should expect this. And the fact that he sat at the board throughout that entire thing would make it reasonable that he has given this some consideration.
And he moves his knight.
Yeah, he makes the trade between the knights in the center. I'm a bit surprised that trade didn't come earlier, but now he feels that it is the right decision to go for it.
And Gukesh is not sitting by the board, but when he does come back, will his reply then be instantly to take the knight? Is there anything?
I don't think so, because he has now 3 different pieces that can capture the knight. One of them you can eliminate immediately. Taking with the pawn would be a big mistake because it leaves another pawn undefended. And it also means that the bishop's value will not be as good because the bishop would be blocked by its own pawn. Here, it's going to be a question of whether Gukesh wants to use the knight or the bishop to recapture. And initially, I thought the knight was the most obvious choice. because capturing with the knight would take some control in towards the opponent's half and also kind of help this pawn advance because the knight now would protect the pawn as it advances. However, the more we've been thinking about this, the more I like bishop captures instead. And the reason for that is that now I save a move compared to bringing the rook in from the corner. The bishop immediately gives that extra protection to the most forward pawn, which means we can try to push pawn to f5 afterwards. Now, the problem here is that this pawn pushing forward would then not be protected. That would be captured and the bishop is standing behind with additional protection. But I feel like this could be an opportunity to make a double pawn sacrifice, where first you give away one pawn, then you give away another, but as a result, you're opening up for everything, pointing down towards the black king, and simply trying to punish the king for not having castled yet. And I feel this is potentially very, very dangerous. So I'm currently liking bishop captures.
So while you're saying all of this, Lunadvik, I'm kind of preparing. What will we post if he captures with the knight? What will we post if he captures with the bishop? Is there any world where he'll capture with the pawn? It doesn't look like it because you would lose a pawn.
Yeah, I don't
ignore
like
that one.
capturing with the pawn. I think that one can be
Ignored.
dismissed. Yeah.
So if the knight captures, you give more support to the advancing pawn.
Yeah.
And if you recapture with the bishop, you support the most forward pawn. And but in both cases, you kind of have the same plan.
Yeah, same plan, both cases. You want to push forward, but like you said, different execution. The knight capture would give protection when this pawn advances, but it would abandon the protection of the one pawn we already have in the middle. And then if the bishop takes instead, that would reinforce the one we have in the middle, but would need us to make a sacrifice should we complete our plan afterwards.
Very exciting. And it's going to be very exciting if they do go for this kind of sacrifice-y play when both players now have less than, well, Gukesh has 43 minutes, Ding has 35. It's going to be a very dramatic time to suddenly sacrifice some pawns. So if Gukesh does that, then I'm very impressed by his will to take a huge risk already in the first game.
Yeah.
But Ding has really been sped up here on the past couple of moves. So he now has 23 moves remaining until he gets extra time. And Ding has 35 minutes. So that means Ding has about 1.5 minutes per move on average. And wow, because Gukesh has been thinking for such a long time, Gukesh, who was at one point 45 minutes ahead of Ding, now he's only 7 minutes ahead.
I know. And he is coming back to the board. So interesting, you guys. He's been in the move for quite some time, Gukesh, but he's not been by the board. He is just coming back. He's writing down the move that Ding made, and we're excited now to see with what piece.
This is actually very interesting because that strategy he had earlier about walking back and forth close to the board, I said I thought that was because he didn't want to waste time when a move had been made. But now he actually spent 5 minutes from Ding moving until he returned to the board, which is rather a significant amount.
And he takes with the knight.
Okay.
And now I have to say, I'm looking in the app and the bar jumps back to 0.0.
Okay, so the chess engines also liked using the bishop for that. The main disadvantage of using the knight is that Gukesh is still not ready to make his pawn advance because the knight now moved away from the defense of the pawn in the center. So right now Gukesh has one more obvious move to make with a rook in from the corner, and then he can advance his pawn. Even though the chess engines feel like the position is pretty equal, I would say that White's position feels more easier to play. Wow.
You have a couple moves.
Ding moves his knight forward.
And he plays that almost immediately. He spends 40 seconds on that move.
Yeah.
He's really sped up. And they're only 5 minutes apart now on the clocks, which is amazing considering the 45-minute lead that
Huge development.
Gukesh had.
But also, this means that the knight is no longer threatening towards the white pawn in the middle. So potentially, Gukesh could make an advance here with the pawn, giving up the pawn that Ding was opening up for with the queen, but then arguing that you can create some kind of an attack. This is why Ding didn't castle. He actually felt like his king was safer in the middle than out on the side, because in the middle, at least he has these two bishops next to the king, helping out in defense.
Wow.
Very, very interesting development. And also, if Gukesh tries to defend the pawn that's currently under attack, that might actually be a big mistake. If Rook comes to defend the pawn, then Black's queen will push forward. The queen will then both attack the white queen, but also attack a pawn on the left side of the board. And keep in mind, if this white pawn disappears off the board, then the black pawn only has 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. So I think partly the black queen is threatening to capture a pawn, but it's a big part of Ding's plan that if the attack on the pawn is prevented, then the queen may offer itself and trade for White's queen. White has to make the trade because of the threat on the side of the board, but after the trade of queens, then Black is very happy because the main issue Ding was facing was an attack.
Gukesh moves his queen forwards, and we could see the bar jumping before it sort of corrected itself. But what is happening?
Gukesh had to protect his pawn, and Jonovic showed why he didn't want to do it with the rook, so he used his queen instead.
Yeah, and this is not only to do with the protection of the pawn, but it also has to do with this move we just analyzed, with the queen coming forward and offering a trade. Gukesh said that he wanted to protect the pawn while avoiding the potential queen trade. Because if the queens get traded off here, then the reason we've been so happy about White's position for such a long time is because White can push forward with the pawns and create an attack on the king. But without the queens on the board, attacks are way, way less effective. So that would take out a lot of the energy in Gukesh's position. And that's why Gukesh moves his queen away, simply to avoid a trade.
According to the computer, obviously, you're not commentating with a computer, which we love. We simply get to hear your expert commentary from a chess player perspective. But the computer move was actually to protect the pawn with a bishop.
With a bishop? moving your bishop voluntarily down on the edge of the board, that seems very strange to me. I understand completely why Gukesh would not do that.
Okay, so that's not a human move to play.
No. I think the human move was to move the rook in for the rook to protect, but that had the very problematic situation of the queen trade.
We do have a move on the board, Ding.
So the queen up, I think, makes a lot of sense. And then Ding reinforces. He gets the... This is why he played the bishop out, just like Maud called it. He moved the bishop out simply to make space for the rook, and he chose not to castle because that wasn't a priority, because his king, if anything, feels safer next to his bishops than going away from them and just having pawns to defend instead. And now Gukesh is trying to trade Ding is trying to trade queens again. And Ding has got the momentum in this game right now. Ding is making the threats. He's playing quicker. And he's only 4 minutes away from also having a time advantage where Gukesh has shown some weakness in the past.
And the bar is also saying, if only very little, it's saying 0.1 advantage for Ding now. So it has definitely shifted over the last couple of moves. It's heating up.
And it also seems like we were wondering a bit, what is his plan going to be? And now it looks like he really has found a plan, which is allowing him to play way quicker and with more confidence. And he's giving Gukesh a lot to think about in each move.
And obviously it didn't help that Gukesh spent over 40 minutes on that one move.
Yeah.
And then, No, the trend is in Ding's favor right now.
And I can see in the chat, let's go Ding, Ding cooking, let's go Ding. So there definitely is a lot of Ding supporters watching right now. I bet also a lot of Gukesh supporters. Two great chess players battling it out in Singapore right now, and the game is heating up. We are now 20 moves away from move 40, where they get additional time. Clocks are ticking down. It's about to get very interesting. Game one.
And very often, even though they do get additional time after move 40, the phase in the build-up to that often includes a lot of trades and captures and decisions that influence the situation on the board. So even when they do get that additional time, stuff may have happened in the meantime that gives us a lot more clarification about who's doing well and might get a win in the first game of the championship. Because even though the momentum has shifted more towards Ding, I still feel like the chance of a decisive result today is about as high now as it was out of the opening. The chance of Ding winning instead of Gukesh has significantly increased, but the chance of someone winning has been pretty stable throughout, and that's very much based on the time usage from the players. Both players have spent too much time, in my opinion, and
the rook goes to c1 unit.
And it's likely that that spending this much time may prove problematic in the time scramble. Well, in the future, in the time scramble. Okay, so the rook protects.
So now the rook moves.
Yeah, but what now if the queen moves up?
And she does.
And she does. Yeah. Instant
he played
reply.
quickly again?
Ding is...
He spent like
getting
3
into
seconds
it.
on that move. He's blitzing out really good moves.
Wow.
And now he's targeting the pawn on the edge of the board. That's the disadvantage of moving the rook in from the corner to protect the pawn. It means that the pawn on the side of the board remains undefended. And that's a huge pawn. If Ding can capture that white pawn, it would enable his pawn to only be 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. But on the other hand, if Gukesh wants to keep this pawn defended, he would need to move his knight back away from the ultimate square in the center of the board. In fact, I'm not even sure he can move the knight back, because then Ding would continue his knight's journey. Okay, I'm just saying it right now. This black knight looking good for the most valuable piece of the game right now. Because that knight has been on an amazing journey. It started out here on the king's side, and it jumped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times so far, and can continue jumping around. Here it would be attacking the white rook, attacking the white pawn, and attacking the white bishop, which immediately, to me, unless there's some tricks, this looks really good for Ding.
Wow. And Gukesh has just ticked under Ding's time. It is now Gukesh with the least time left on the clock to get to move 40. So times are changing. Momentum is now definitely in Ding's favor.
And I think we're going to actually send out our first notification now.
Ooh.
We have to do that because it's getting so exciting now with this newest development. And
so I have my phone.
The main essence is going to be that Ding has the momentum. He's playing faster. He's making more and more threats, and he seems confident in his plans. So now we're testing that. We're sending out the notification.
Oh, I hope it works. Let's see. And if you have downloaded the Take app, you should get a notification.
I don't get it because I silenced my own notifications. But I don't know if you guys can see it.
I'm too not tech savvy enough to know whether I silenced or
Maybe
not.
the people in our chats on YouTube and Twitch will have to tell us if they received it or not.
Yes. Did you receive the notification? I just realized I hadn't favorited the World Championship match, so maybe I didn't receive one. Because that's a cool thing with the Take app. You can favorite tournaments, you can favorite players, and you will get notifications when they play. And I have to say, this is something that we've missed in the chess world. Just getting notified when your favorite players play tournaments. So hopefully you receive a notification now that the game is heating up. And Gukesh is still thinking. Do you think he is shaking on the inside now, Jon Ludvig?
Yeah, I think so. He unnecessarily spent so much time on that one decision. And now he's, he's down on time. He's having threats made against him. If he loses the first game with the white pieces, that would be a disastrous start to the match. So sometimes you start thinking consequences, even though you shouldn't. And also keep in mind that the last 2 times, these guys haven't played against each other in this time format very often. But the last 2 times they did, and where Gukesh was white and Ding was black, Ding won both of those. Mm-hmm. So Ding has made a habit out of beating Gukesh with the black pieces. And so that is something that might also steer it may remind Gukesh of some bad memories. Haven't I experienced this before?
And now Gukesh decides to go for this.
He sacrifices.
And the bar jumps up.
The craziness in the middle that we've been waiting for.
He sacrifices, but he doesn't sacrifice one of the central pawns, which is what we were calculating, that in order to make this pawn advance, you had to give up one of the 2 in the middle. Instead, Gukesh gives up the one on the edge of the board. Ooh, but in fact, this is a mirage. This is this pawn was maybe not technically under attack. If Ding captures the pawn on the left side now, then Gukesh can move his rook over, attack the queen. The queen needs to go, but then there's open space for the rook to just take out the dangerous black pawn afterwards. So I'm going to have to reconsider my comment there. Maybe there's a reason Gukesh has gone for this situation because he feels like the pawn in the corner was not actually under attack.
And Ding quite immediately ignores that pawn and goes for the trade of queens.
So he wasn't planning to take the pawn. It wasn't, neither Ding nor Gukesh felt that the attack on the pawn was significant. In fact, the reasoning for Ding to bring the queen out is to try and get the queen trade. And we talked about this earlier. Getting the trade of queens would be very favorable for black because it would completely destroy any hope of a checkmating attack, which is what Gukesh has been aiming for with his aggressive pawn play since the start of the opening.
Wow. The bar is saying 0.8 advantage for Ding right now.
And usually when we're watching chess at this level, an advantage of 1, you can start thinking, is a player going to win this?
Yeah.
Which is absolutely crazy to think about at just after 21 moves played and Ding in this opening seeming kind of nervous, being glued to the board. And now we feel like the momentum has shifted completely.
Yeah.
He's really played so many moves in a row now without really spending more than a couple of seconds.
Wow. Was that a good move? A great move, Jon Ludvig? This queen move.
Yeah, very, very good move. Just going for the queen trade, keeping the priorities straight.
Okay, so I'm going to test something now. Ha!
Great move.
I can push a button on my stream deck right here. Woo! If I don't break it. And I've been looking forward to do that.
Okay, so I can also use this great move in the app. You agree with that, Jon Ludvig? That this is a great move?
Yeah.
Woohoo! We can push that. We also have blunder. Don't know if
we have mistake, blunder.
Yep.
I think there's something for time trouble when we decide what opening or when which opening is revealed to us in the beginning, like the French.
Yep.
We also have like a special flair for that. So
we have all the buttons.
Yes.
A lot of fun. All right, well, the game, you guys, this is interesting. Gukesh, thinking now for 3 minutes how to respond to this, Jon Ludvig.
Well, I mean, the obvious choice, I guess, is trying to avoid the queen trade. Because so much of White's strategy has been revolving around having the queens on the board and going for an attack. So the obvious move here to avoid queen trade is moving the queen up and away from the black queen. However, in doing so, you also abandon the protection of the pawn. The queen was originally on that square to give protection along the third rank to the white pawn, and now that would allow...
You know, we have to interrupt you because he instead decided to move his queen to E1.
Whoa, and look, the bar jumps up for Ding.
Jon Ludvig made a comment of when the bishop was going to retreat to that square earlier, and he said, no, why would you want to do that? And it must be even worse to put the queen on such a passive square.
Actually, it's better to place the queen on such a square because the queen has an easier time getting back into the game. So the most valuable piece is better at kind of sitting in the garage because it has way more alternatives to get back into the action.
Mm-hmm. Do we have a blunder now?
This could be a blunder. It could be a mistake. What do you think, Jon Ludvig?
I don't know.
I'm going to test the button, you guys. We don't know if it's a blunder. We're going to dig into it. But I'm going to test
Well,
the
I mean,
blunder.
it is a blunder. It is a mistake.
Ooh, okay.
According to the computer evaluations, right? But I just don't know how. Ooh, bishop here. That seems nice. Okay, the bishop can now move in, attacking the rook. And if the rook moves forward, then we can get another bishop from the opposite directions. The two bishops on the edge of the board attacking in towards the white rook. And frankly, the white rook has very limited options where to go. In fact, the white rook is forced away from the protection of this very important pawn. But on the other hand, moving this bishop up has also made us abandon the protection of our...
And Ding has already responded. He's not really spending that much time on these moves. And he plays the bishop to g5 as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Threatening the rook.
You look puzzled, Jon Ludvig.
Yeah, no, that move was fair enough. But Ding must have the continuation on the next move ready. Because I don't think then... Okay, so he's attacking the rook. If the rook moves forward, then the bishop comes to attack the rook and the rook moves away. But the attack against the white pawn is not significant when there's also an attack against the black pawn. But I just realized there's a way to defend the black pawn that may be controversial, but good.
Mm-hmm.
Ding can move his king to protect the pawn.
What?
Keeping his bishops in their good positions. But he doesn't have he didn't have any good way of protecting this pawn. If he moves the bishop back, then the rook will just move back and you get nowhere. So if the idea is to move the bishop up into the attack, then the king may have to do a job itself. It's not often we call upon the king to make defensive efforts, especially with the queens still on the board. But maybe this is one of the ideas. I'm not convinced yet, though.
But look at Ding Liren, the reigning world champion. Everyone's been talking about him playing without confidence lately. But here he is. He hasn't left his chair a single second during this game one. And here he is with the advantage, playing some amazing moves.
I hope whoever's interviewing them after asks him about this.
Yeah, I know.
He's just glued his butt to the chair and he's so concentrated. He must get tired from that, though, and it's going to be a very long match. So that shows how important this first game is to him.
And we have a couple of moves with the rooks. What's happening?
The rook moves one step forward, and this is interesting. Instead of moving the bishop to attack the rook, which we were analyzing, but we found some issues with it because the bishop then abandoned the protection in front of black's king. Instead, Ding moves his rook forward, and this is a much better move. The reason being that the only thing defending white's rook right now is the white knight. So Ding tries to take out the white knight with his rook so that he then may capture white's rook afterwards. So he disrupts the coordination in white's camp without having to move his defensive bishop away from the protection of his king.
Oh, and this is so difficult to show all of these ideas at the same time. In the app, we can have these different arrows, and I'm like, what should I highlight most? Do you think I should highlight the fact that he's threatening this knight, Jon Ludvig? Is that the main point of the move?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay.
The white rook is no longer safe. And it's difficult to defend it. It has a lack of squares because of this black bishop pointing in towards that area where the rook resides.
I mean, Ding has really achieved a lot on this queen side of the board where he was trying to make his progress. We were talking about how there were two different sides that the players were going for. And look at all the progress that Ding has made now on the left side here, where he has really been able to limit the pawns from moving any further. The rook is kind of stuck, and all of Ding's pieces are working together to make as many threats as possible.
There's an idea here for Gukesh to move his queen over to the left side. And this involves a very tricky trap. Because moving the queen over here, you're threatening to capture the black knight. That would open up an attack from the queen on the black queen. Yes, the white rook is currently under attack, but first you have to address the fact that the two queens are opposing each other. And if the queens get traded, then the white rook escapes the threat from black's pawn, giving Gukesh an extra knight. However, I did do that variation without giving Ding a move in return. And what Ding can do is he can just move his knight back, escape from the threat, but then he will also have a knight, a rook, and a queen pointing in towards the white pawn. Although now that then the queen is going to be trapped. The knight can move back, but then the white rook comes in and the black queen has no safe squares, which sounds very problematic. But then instead of moving the queen that's under attack, Ding can capture a white pawn and do a counterattack on white's queen. Ooh, this is becoming some very tricky calculation exercises.
And only 20 minutes remaining for Gukesh here.
Ooh. Do you want to know the top computer move in this position, Jan Ludwig, for Gukesh?
Yeah, sure.
So the computer suggests moving Harry the H-pawn 2 squares.
On the totally opposite other side of the board from where all the action is going on. Both players, like this entire game, they're kind of just ignoring each other's threats. And now maybe Gukesh will make his own threat on Ding's bishop.
Yeah, that's an interesting move.
It's very chaotic, though, and I feel like with 20 minutes left, I would kind of be tempted to kind of try to trade off some pieces and slow down the chaos if I was Gukesh, but maybe he's kind of lost the ability to stop this craziness from continuing.
So with the pawn attacking the bishop, you're trying to get the bishop away from controlling these squares around the white rook. But I think maybe you can just move the bishop up. Weirdly, look at how Ding has 3 of his pieces already inside white's half and could potentially get a 4th. And very often you don't want to have your pieces in behind the opponent's pawns because then the risk of your pieces getting trapped is much higher. But here it turns out that even though it's close, like for instance, Ding's queen is pretty close to getting trapped, it's just barely enough to hold on and potentially win the game.
Sounds like a nice song title. Barely enough to hold on. All right, well, it's...
Ding is looking like the favorite to win right now.
Wow. I mean, I think everyone will be shocked if he wins game 1, even if he's the defending champion. We know he's capable.
But didn't Magnus actually say that he expected Ding to be the first player to win a game?
That's true.
Because I remember when I saw that, I was thinking, do you really mean that?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like everyone has been saying that, okay, Ding, he's pretty hard to beat, so he might get a lot of draws, but he's not going to win any games.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that kind of fight in him at the moment.
Yeah.
But maybe he does.
But look at him. Look at Ding Liren, you guys. He's got a lot of fight in him.
But at the same time, what if he makes a big mistake now and then he'll, like, this could also
That's a good point.
go in a completely different direction if he doesn't manage to win this.
Yeah.
Even now, maybe if he gets a draw, he could be very disappointed by that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but the pressure is on for Gukesh right now, right? I mean, he has 17 minutes And
That's
he has
not a
to
lot of
make
time.
15, 16 moves before he gets more time. And he is struggling on the board. Obviously, we see the bar in this position, Jon Ludvig. But for the players sitting by the board right now, how are they feeling about the position?
They feel like Ding is very seriously better.
Okay.
I think in general, players are good at assessing the position correctly. It's just difficult to... sometimes you end up in a bad situation by accident. Or if you misevaluated one move, then that changes the thing completely.
That's brutal.
So I think both players feel that Ding is definitely a lot better here. But then it remains to complete the game, though.
And we have a move. Gukesh moves his bishop. No, sorry.
He
have two
moved
moves.
his pawn to
Whoa.
h4 like we were talking about.
And then Ding moves his bishop, of course.
And he responded
Instantly.
immediately again, just
Yeah.
as Jon Ludvig was also showing us on the board. So once again, Ding quickly playing the really good moves and very confidently. He's really only spending a couple of seconds. And I think the fact that he's never giving Gukesh really a break, that's also part of adding the pressure onto him.
And what now, Gukesh? What is the response now, Jon Ludvig? What would you do?
It might be over.
Really? Are you saying Gukesh is losing this game?
Unless he somehow manages to trap the queen, I think he's just losing right now. Ding for the past 7 moves has spent like 3 minutes total. So he's feeling super confident in his ability to identify the best moves. Gukesh has spent ages. He went from being up 45 minutes to now being down 15. We spoke about this black queen. The black queen has infiltrated in behind the white pawns. 2 things can happen. Where either the queen wins because of the infiltration, or the queen gets trapped. And we're about to figure out which one, because queen to b1 has been played. Gukesh plays the trap. He's now threatening to capture the black knight. And if that black knight moves away, then the rook can come in and the queen has nowhere safe to go. So now the next 2 moves is gonna confirm or deny whether Ding is winning this game.
Wow.
Because to me, it looks like that the knight, even being under attack from the white rook with a trick opening up between the queens, to me, it seems like the knight can safely move back, allowing the white rook to come in and trap the queen, because then the knight comes in with a counterattack on white's queen. In trade for the threat on black's queen. And then the white rook would take the black queen, the black knight would take the white queen. I just want to remind you that this MVP has now traveled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
From
8
one
times.
side of the board all the way to the other.
It's like
in capturing
it's like Diego
a lot of
Maradona.
stuff.
It's like Diego Maradona, dribbling its way all the way to the end goal. Wow.
And to me, it seems like even though the knight is completely on the other side of the board, it doesn't feel like there's a way for Gukesh to somehow trap it and make sure it cannot escape back home.
Jon Ludvig, we have something called hammer time. And that's when you announce what will be the result. When you confidently say, this will be the result. You let me know when there's hammer time.
I'll do that.
So we're not there. It's not.
We're not there yet. Okay. No, we need to see how Ding copes with the current threat. The queen is pointing towards the black queen right now, and there's trickery afoot. Also, Ding can just capture a free pawn.
In the take app, we can reveal the best move, and I actually just did that, and that is the best move, Jon Ludvig.
Yeah, so Ding can, with his rook, capture a white pawn. I mean, it's always tempting to capture a pawn, but then the position would open up with the black king still in the center of the board. It feels like winning a pawn would also kind of allow some initiative back to Gukesh. If I'm Ding, I would prefer to find an even more convincing plan to get bring home the bacon.
And maybe that's what he's doing now, because this is one of the first moves in a very long time where he's actually investing a lot of time. Or not really a lot yet. He's basically been thinking for 4 minutes, but compared to his tempo the last 7-8 moves, he's basically been playing immediately. So this is the first time when he's sitting there and thinking, is there anything better? And maybe he's looking for something better than just taking a pawn. I agree that feels like a bit of a letdown, given all the other threats you've been showing on the board.
Yeah, but a pawn is a pawn, though.
And if you can get into an endgame with an extra pawn, that's also very valuable. And I feel like...
So something like rook takes pawn, rook takes rook, queen takes rook. So this would be an extra pawn for Ding. But not only is it an extra pawn, there's also a threat to 2 white pawns simultaneously. So Ding, using this strategy, would actually not only win 1 pawn, he would win 2. Gukesh would move his knight back, attacking both the queen and the bishop. And then queen takes pawn, knight takes bishop, queen takes, and now the bishop moves up, making sure that black cannot castle, but Ding captures a 3rd pawn. So what I have on the analysis board now is a potentially what could happen if Ding starts capturing pawns. He would start with 1, then another, and then even a 3rd. But on the other hand, he would be prevented from castling his king, which leaves his king in somewhat of a vulnerable state, not to mention the fact that his rook in the corner is struggling to get into the game without the castling move. So I'm not sure this is the direction Ding wants. I mean, you would need to be very accurate about your calculations to determine that 3 pawns more is enough, considering all the danger to your king. But of course, 3 pawns is a lot.
3 pawns is a lot, but that at least explains now why Ding is thinking a lot, because this is a very irreversible sequence to go down, and it really changes kind of the way that they've been playing so far, where so far Ding has been making a lot of threats and Gukesh has to respond. But if he goes for this situation, he's the one who's going to have to respond to a lot of threats. And I'm wondering if he wants to do that or not.
We can see on the screens here from the venue in Singapore, Ding is thinking, but he's also looking up quite a bit. I'm not sure right now if Gukesh is sitting on the other side or if he's up walking.
I can't tell if he's nervous, focused, or both at the same time. Okay, he's feeling the pressure.
He is, yeah, look at that. He just put his hands deep, his head deep into his hands.
He took a pawn on b4. No, he took a pawn on c3. There was something wrong with the... Oh, goodness. I was like, did he just lose his rook? No, he took the pawn on c3, as the computer said was the best move, and which we analyzed here.
All right. Ding finds the best move. Gukesh takes...
Well, he finds the move the computer feels is best.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean it was the best move for a human.
Very good.
In that a human may find it more difficult to defend in that position we analyzed.
We have a great question in the Twitch chat from Bavarian Pole. Is the game going to end before move 40? Jon Ludvig, what do you think?
I don't think so, but very often what happens is that it becomes clear who's going to win by move 40, and then they play a couple of more moves, and then someone resigns. So I think it will be clear to us what the result is going to be by move 40, but the game will not be over.
Gukesh is now thinking in move 26. Is the respawn now obvious to him? I mean, obviously not, because he hasn't made it yet. He's been thinking now for 1.5 minutes. What should he do? What can he do?
We're assuming he's going to take the rook, because if he doesn't take the rook, then the black rook is going to capture him. So that kind of limits his options very significantly.
But also, I think that even though now we were looking at some ways that the game could continue where it's actually Gukesh who gets some pressure, I also think that just like the mental state when your opponent is leading with a pawn is very difficult to... It's hard to sit at a chessboard where you have less pieces than your opponent.
Brutal.
And now he does go for that trade of the rooks.
Yeah.
Which does mean that Ding also can respond immediately, recapture that with his queen, and now has threats to all kinds of pawns all over the place, as Jon Ludvig already showed us.
The pawn on b4 is being threatened, and the pawn on e5 by the bishop. But what Gukesh has here, which is really the only justification he has for being down a whole pawn at this stage, he needs to go with the knight to attack both the queen and the bishop at the same time.
Oh, and Gukesh actually decides to take the pawn on e6. He kind of ignores all the threats and makes his own.
Yeah, well, that's fine, because he's making the trade because he wants to threaten the bishop, and he wants to know whether it's Gukesh Ding's intention to recapture this pawn with the bishop or the pawn. Because if Ding captures with the bishop right now, then the knight may choose not to go backwards and attack the queen and bishop, but he may choose to push forward instead. That being said, taking with the bishop might be nice. Like, if he takes with the bishop, then captures and captures back, Ding will lose his bishop. But the alternative was that this white knight captured the other black bishop. And I think Ding would rather lose the bishop that moves on the light squares rather than this other bishop on the dark squares. And the reason for that is that white's dark squared bishop is potentially very dangerous. But if you have a dark squared bishop yourself, those two can neutralize each other. So it's a tricky decision here for Ding whether to use his bishop or pawn in the recapture.
Wow. The bar is saying 2.0 advantage for Ding Liren here in game 1, and I completely agree with Pedro in the Twitch chat. Starting World Championship with a chaotic game like this, simply incredible. Couldn't ask for more.
It's actually very rare for the first game of the match to be decisive. In fact, I cannot recall that happening in the past 50 years.
Well, that's something we can... hey, everyone at home joining us, watching together with us. Can you help us check that out? Has it happened, and when was the last time? If it has happened.
There
Because
were a
it's
lot
almost-
of early decisive games between Anand and Topalov, but I don't remember if that was the first one.
It's almost like the first game is kind of like this peace offering where it's like both people need to kind of settle into the match and they're kind of like, okay, I respect you for being here.
Yeah.
It's-
I'm nervous, you're nervous. Let's just get this game one over with.
It's unheard of that somebody would try to win this game and at such an early stage in the game as well. As early as from move 23, we've seen a pretty big advantage for Ding. So this could be very unique in the history of all the World Championships.
Wow. Wow. Has it actually happened? Bo saying in the YouTube chat, I remember Magnus almost beat Fabi in their first game, but it was eventually a draw.
Nepomniachtchi won game 2 against Ding.
Oh, and then Dino here saying, oh, Fischer, Spassky.
Yeah, so that would be around 50 years ago,
Bec-
kind of like what
yeah.
Ludwig was saying.
Because Fischer didn't turn up to.
Yeah.
No, he played game 1 and then game 2 he didn't turn up to.
Yeah, so, but that was very like unusual circumstances. That was maybe the weirdest start of a World Championship ever. But this is up there for spectacular openings of World Chess Championships.
Well, if you can compare this to the Fischer Spassky, the biggest match in history. Oh, Jon Ludwig is like, hey.
You wouldn't go that far.
Well, I took Kaya's point that any comparison you can make with the biggest match of the century, well, previous century, I guess. That's a big deal.
Yeah. And yeah, no matter what, if this ends up being a win for either of the players, it's going to be huge. It's going to be a huge start to this World Championship.
It's going to put so much more pressure
Wow.
on if Gukesh loses, it's going to put a lot of pressure on him
Ding.
to continue playing aggressive.
Yeah.
Ding recaptured with his pawn. He didn't recapture with the bishop.
Okay. Was
Okay,
that
and
sensible?
the bar goes down. The bar does not like that move, and we have another move. The knight moves back.
Oh, so taking with the pawn was actually a mistake. And I've been watching the World Chess Federation broadcast, and they have a very interesting move that they've been analyzing. And that was part of the reason why maybe this pawn captures pawn was a mistake. The knight moves back, attacking both the queen and the bishop, as we expected. And now, if queen captures pawn, knight captures bishop, queen captures knight, bishop moves up into the attack, and queen captures pawn. This is a position we analyzed earlier. Only earlier, we had additional pawns on the board. And even then I said, I'm not sure Ding wants to go into this because it looks a bit scary. Even though you win 3 pawns, it looks like your opponent has a lot of piece activity and threats against your king. But with the addition of the pawn captures pawn, pawn captures pawn, there's a move here, a queen sacrifice. Queen captures a pawn on h7. The idea is that if this queen is captured, the rook moves down, protected by the bishop, and it's checkmate on the black king. So, so there are some, because what happened with this pawn capture is that it opened up potential for this rook to get involved along the f-file. And this queen sacrifice is a very good illustration of how that could affect the game. So Gukesh he's fighting for his life, and I'm curious whether Ding had any good alternatives other than capturing the pawn we saw earlier. Because the way he's chosen to play right now, while it is while it is a logical way of playing, it also feels quite dangerous with his king situation. And now the moves are coming in quickly. Maud is furiously typing. So I'll get you through the moves. The knight did come to attack both the queen and the bishop. The queen captures the pawn in the center, which means now Ding has 2 more pawns than his opponent. But he loses his bishop, the bishop moving on the dark squares. And notice how both black's pawns in the middle are on the light squares. So right now, Ding has neither pawns nor a bishop controlling the dark squares, which means that Gukesh can really use those dark squares to target his attacks. And the move we're expecting now is bishop to c5, highlighting the advantage of still having a dark squared bishop, controlling the dark squares in towards the black king that's not feeling safe right now. And then...
Could this backfire for Ding that he never castled his king?
Yeah, no, definitely. But on the other hand, the reason he ended up in that wonderful position to begin with was because he prioritized going after the pawns instead of castling.
He played really ambitiously, and he was rewarded in the form of these 2 pawns, but he's also being punished now once the dust has settled that Gukesh has 2 bishops, and the bishop pair, as I'm writing about in the app right now, that where the bishops, they control a lot of squares together. They work well together in that sense. And also the fact that Gukesh is the only one with a dark squared bishop, which is also where Ding...
Okay, we need to talk about this. I'm trying to calculate here. Right now, I'm wondering, how does Ding avoid losing this?
What?
Oh!
But I think I've figured out why. I think Gukesh obviously is going to go with this bishop to c5 move, pointing in the vicinity of the king. And then after queen takes pawn, we have this incredible queen takes pawn, the queen moving from the completely unimportant side of the board to really getting involved where the action is happening. And I was wondering, how does Ding even save himself here? Like, this is looking like he could lose.
Whoa.
Because all the threats against the black king are so significant. But I have discovered that after the queen sacrifices itself in the corner, Ding has to make a counter queen sacrifice in the center of the board. He needs to get this bishop to stop pointing in towards the black king, and then when the bishop captures the queen, then it's safe for the black rook to capture white's queen.
Wait, so in game 1, Ding needs to sacrifice his queen?
As a counter to Gukesh's queen sacrifice.
Wow.
Well, still, queen sacrifice. This
2 of them.
one is just so untraditional.
Yeah, I'm preparing like the comments for these different variations so that once they choose one of these directions, they're just going to play the moves pretty quickly because both of them are sitting now and calculating several moves ahead. And then I'm like, okay, this could have the title Queen Sacrifice. Then I'm hearing from you, Ludwig, oh, there's another Queen Sacrifice. So I'm struggling a bit to vary my language when every single move is a Queen Sacrifice at this point. But let's see.
But in this final situation, Ding is still up by 2 pawns. So you would think that this would be quite a favorable outcome for him.
Gukesh is also down to 6 minutes left on his clock, and he has to make 11 moves.
Wow.
So this is gonna be very stressful now.
And he's not known to be the best player in short time controls or in time trouble. Gukesh. Wow.
Yeah, Magnus has said that he thinks that Gukesh is so good at calculating that he doesn't lean on his intuition as much. He leans more on his calculation, and that becomes way harder when you have very little time. So it's going to be very interesting to see now if even more mistakes are made, because there have been some inaccuracies during this game, and both players are still in it though, because it's been so chaotic. And now with this kind of a position where both players potentially might be sacrificing their queens, this is not the time when you want to have 5 minutes left on your clock.
Giovanni saying, this is beautiful. Thank God we have chess. I agree. And Gukesh, he needs to speed up. He needs to make a decision now. 5 minutes left to make 11 moves.
But I think he also is aware that if he does find some amazing moves here, he could still win this. He hasn't, like, even though he is down 2 pawns currently, he still sees that there are possibilities for him to have suddenly a checkmate and a queen sacrifice. I think he's probably very excited about those opportunities as well.
But we need.
Well, I think right now, because he has the white pieces and because it's the first game, I think he would be very happy to just...
He played his queen to c2. Was that what you were trying to build up to, Jon Ludvig?
No.
What does that move mean?
The bar jumps back up for Ding.
We weren't expecting that one.
Well, the thing is, Ding is still struggling with castling no matter what happens. And if now Ding captures the white pawn that he was pointing against, that would probably lose the game, as then the white queen would come uncomfortably close to the black king. And you just don't have enough defensive pieces around the black king to survive this. So I think Ding needs to prevent the queen from getting involved. So I think Ding needs to go with he needs to go with something to block white's queen. But now that I'm thinking about it, maybe he can offer a queen trade. He needs to go with either the knight or the queen to make sure that the white queen cannot move up closer to the black king.
That is the top move by the engine that we can see in the take app.
What is, knight or queen?
Moving the black queen.
Yeah, because that makes sense. Because I was thinking if the knight moves back, then the queen can move over, which protects the pawn that Ding was chasing. And it also has the queen pointing down towards the black king. So the advantage of using the queen rather than the knight is that you then avoid the queen pointing towards the king. And also you attack this pawn on the side of the board, which is not the first time that has happened. But that could once again be of some significance.
We've now sent out another push notification that Gukesh is in time trouble. He has only 4 minutes to make 10 moves in a very chaotic position. I would think that if you haven't been following what's been going on in this game so far, this would be the time to go and look at it, because the moves are going to come very fast, and we're probably going to get someone in a decisive situation on the board before we reach move 40. That's looking pretty likely.
And it's most likely that person will be Ding. Do you agree with that, Jon Ludvig? You've been a little bit back and forth from the human perspective, the chess player perspective.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's Ding's king is not feeling super safe, but this latest move, I think, was quite a significant mistake by Gukesh, because after this queen move that you've mentioned, Kaya, the thing is, not only does that offer a trade between the queens, but if Gukesh avoids the queen trade, there's nothing stopping Ding from castling his king. Because the reason we wanted to move this bishop into the game on the previous move was so that the bishop made threats over here to prevent the castling from happening. So if Ding tries to castle in the current situation, that would be a big mistake. Because then the bishop would move up, and then the bishop would attack the rook, and the rook would attack the queen. Attack against 2 black pieces at the same time.
Should I
But
make this a mistake, Jonavik?
sorry.
Should I make this queen to c2 move a mistake?
I mean,
that a
based
bit
on
harsh?
the change in the evaluation, I would say so.
All right, we're doing it.
Because if the queen moves, then the queen gets away from the influence of this rook. And if then Gukesh spends time on avoiding the queen trade, now it's safe to castle because now bishop up here does not open an attack against both the rook and the queen because the black queen managed to escape. So it seems to me like this moving the queen away has two threats. It's both threatening the queen trade and it's threatening to castle. And Gukesh cannot avoid both those things.
I'm looking at the screen with the two players sitting in Singapore, and I think it's quite clear now that Gukesh is shaking, nervous, under pressure, and feeling it.
But Ding also seems uneasy. He spent 5 minutes on this move. He might have,
Fidgeting a little bit to find the move.
yeah, he's stressed.
Yeah.
I can totally tell that
with
he's
you.
very stressed on his facial expressions and in his mannerisms. And maybe he's also just stressed because he's realizing I could win this game. And I need to find good moves now because there are some scary threats in the position that Jonavik has shown us already. It's very uncomfortable to be having this kind of pressure on yourself and also down to soon, only 10 minutes left for Ding, 10 moves to go. That's time pressure enough already. And then Gukesh only has 4 minutes.
So one of the things Ding is probably concerned about is that if the queen moves over here, and Gukesh obviously has to avoid the trade between the queens, then Ding gets to castle, and we kind of stopped here and said, oh, he's so happy to get the castling off. But if we continue the analysis, the bishop can then move up, utilizing the fact that Ding has such bad control of the dark squares on the board. This offers a trade between the rooks, and if the rooks are traded, the white bishop attacks the
and
queen.
we have the queen move.
Yes, the queen has gone to c4.
And if the queen then captures the pawn on the side of the board, Ding would be up by 3 pawns, but he would lose the game because the bishop and queen coordinate perfectly against the black king, and it's going to be checkmate with just these two pieces attacking together. So there needs to be it's never a simple story when a top player makes a mistake. It's never like obvious what they did wrong because there's always something deeper to it. And Gukesh, he moves his queen out of the way immediately. He's setting up for his queen to support this bishop into the center move.
It looks a bit scary.
It looks very scary, which is why I'm starting to think maybe let's not castle. What about the move knight to d3? The knight moves away from the corner of the board, trying to be more participating in the middle, delaying the castling, but on the other hand, the knight is controlling a lot of very important dark squares. We talked about how Ding has a lack of dark square control, and we also talked about earlier today about how a knight on the light squares only attacks dark squares. Well, the solution to Ding's issues could be a knight placed inside Ding's half of the board, Gukesh's half of the board, but on the light squares so that it controls so many of these other squares Gukesh wants to utilize. And it also breaks up. Now the bishop cannot move into the center of the board because the knight is standing in the way of the queen's protection.
Oh, wow.
So maybe this knight move is the key.
And just look at the bar, you guys. It's saying now 2.5 advantage is all the way up for Ding Liren, the defending champion. Is he winning this game, Jon Ludvig?
He still doesn't want to say.
I know.
That's why I think
keep
it's...
Well, I
fishing
mean,
for
if
overtime.
queen takes here, Ding loses. If castling, then, you know, there's a lot of danger towards the black king. I said that black desperately wants to castle, but now it turns out even castling is not entirely safe because of the lack of dark squared control. But now I'm really liking this knight to d3 move.
And Ding has been very good at finding like these important moves so far, I would say, in a lot of situations where he needed to. So I can also tell that he is also struggling with this kind of chair with wheels that it causes him to move a lot, and he's very stressed. He has now 8 minutes left. He's already spent 3 minutes of his time on this move, and they have a lot of moves to make until they get any extra time. So this is going to be a very stressful sequence. He needs to kind of calculate as much as he can, as correctly as he can, and then kind of commit to one plan and just execute those moves as he has planned them.
Ding now thinking 3 minutes on this move. He's got 7.5 minutes left to reach move 40. But that's way more time at this point than Gukesh with only 3.5 minutes left on his clock. What will Ding do in this position? He is in a winning situation. Is he aware? Is he shaking? Is he nervous? So much at stake right now in game 1 in the match. And Jon Ludvig is diving deep into this position right now, thinking just as hard as Ding right now. What are you
I don't know
seeing,
about
Ludvig?
just as hard. But
Let us into your brain.
yeah, no, I'm trying to. So the disadvantage of putting this knight in the center like this is that the knight doesn't have any support. The knight is suddenly very dependent on the queen.
Castled. He castled.
He castled. Okay.
In move 30. What?
Is that a mistake, Jon Ludvig?
I don't know. Okay, the eval bar is about the same.
Yep.
So the eval bar says no mistake, but now Gukesh gets his bishop into the center of the board. The bishop immediately targeting the new area where the black king is residing. That's pretty scary.
The moves are coming in really quickly now.
We are getting closer to move 40. The knight has moved.
Okay, so now he moves the knight. So I was thinking moving that knight there on the previous move, but he waits one move, but it's the same kind of idea. He just wanted Gukesh to commit his bishop to this central square because then he would interrupt the defense from the queen on the bishop. The question now becomes... Yeah, so I think he did it. I think he found the right path.
Okay. What are you saying?
Well, not yet, not yet. How much time does Gukesh have?
He has 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. And still 7 moves. 8 moves he needs to make.
Oh, wow.
That is not a lot of time.
It's not a lot of time.
It's
And
not.
there are a lot of threats on the board right now. There's too many to handle.
This is blitz chess at this time.
Well, it's not really, right? It's blitz chess for 5 moves and then you go back. So you can't commit yourself into making some crazy sacrifice, which you maybe could in blitz chess, because here suddenly your opponent has another half hour on the clock. So you just have to play as accurately as you can, given the time restraints. So it's more difficult than blitz chess, because it's blitz chess with classical chess coming right down the line.
Yeah. This is
Yeah, I don't know. I think he did it. So the thing is, the immediate attack against the black king is not going anywhere. After the trade of rooks, the black king once again is feeling pretty lonely, but the queen cannot get involved in the attack on the king because Here, Ding has got his knight from the edge of the board over to that necessary influence over the dark squares. So the knight is controlling both the dark squares that the white queen wants to use in order to continue the attack.
Less than a minute on the clock for Gukesh. 45 seconds.
And then the only option then is maybe a desperate sacrifice of the bishop to lure the king out into the open. But it turns out that even though you have a lot of checks, this king is going to be able to save itself and find a safe haven close to some of these pawns in the middle.
Gukesh moves his queen.
Yeah, I'm writing that Gukesh kind of danced his queen around this blocking knight to protect the bishop in the middle that was threatened. And is he adding any other threats?
Well, he wants to move his bishop back to attack the knight and the queen. So Gukesh is hoping that the queen and the knight being on the same diagonal can be exploited.
Ding now in the move, thinking for 1 minute. He has time left.
Gukesh has 45 seconds left.
It's crazy.
And
I think what if rook takes rook, allowing Gukesh to recapture the rook with the bishop, allowing Gukesh to get the bishop where he wants, pointing it towards the knight and the queen. However, you finish off with pawn to e5 afterwards, making a counter threat on white's bishop. And then when the white bishop moves out of the way, then you can move your queen out of the way and say check on the king.
What's happening?
But then the bishop can move back and this knight
I'm
is
so
still...
hung up on the time here because he has 45 seconds to make 7 moves. I mean, that...
Oh, they're not getting any extra time.
No. So that's what I'm trying to highlight here, that this is the most important thing, I think. Like, even if he does find good moves, does it even matter?
Yeah. 45 seconds to make 7 moves for Gukesh. It is Ding in the move right now. He's got 4 minutes left. He is thinking right now. The bar is saying 2.2 advantage. That's quite a lot for Ding. He is in a winning position.
If he can find the right move.
Exactly. All right, I'm seeing the images of the players in Singapore right now, both with their head in their hands, looking at the board. It's very intense right now, you guys. Imagine being these two players right now. Gukesh knows...
Ding doesn't have that much time either. He has 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah.
This could be totally determined by this. I mean, Ding has so little time that he could easily make a very big mistake. And I think for Gukesh as well, like even just executing 7 moves in 40 seconds isn't a given guarantee. Like this game could be decided on time.
Wow.
Time alone.
Wow. What will...
Okay, he made the trade. I think this is a brilliant move by Ding. He allows voluntarily the bishop to come pointing in where he wanted. And now the only move to justify this play is pawn to e5. So Ding is going to play that pretty quickly, because otherwise he would just be in big trouble with the white bishop pointing towards the queen and the knight. Pawn to e5 was played. That pawn was captured. That opens up for the queen to attack towards the white king. This is what we were analyzing earlier, but I wasn't entirely certain it was so good for Ding.
And the bar jumps more up for Ding Liren.
So if I was not convinced, is Ding convinced even so? I mean... Ding is going to be up like 3 pawns, but he still hasn't fixed the safety issue.
Gukesh is at this moment, I can see someone noticing in the YouTube chat, not writing down the moves at this time. That means,
he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to anymore.
That means he has little time on the clock. Okay, what's happening now?
We're not getting the moves in. Okay, so the queen came in, check on the king, Gukesh moved the other bishop, not the bishop I thought was going to move in between. He moves the other bishop to block. I'm very surprised Ding did not capture White's bishop in the center. Was he allowed to do that? He didn't capture the bishop in the center. He moved his bishop up instead. White's bishop moves back to try and defend his
Gukesh
own
has
king.
4 seconds on the clock.
But now Ding goes for the trade between the bishops. This is a great thing for Ding. And Ding also creates an escape square for the king on the edge of the board. Gukesh tries to keep both of his bishops intact because he wants to keep the bishop pair to fight back with a 2-pawn deficit. But now Ding comes in and threatens checkmate.
Oh, we have a 40th move from Gukesh.
Okay.
I think he survived.
He survived, but barely.
He played his bishop to d6. Does that make any sense in your position right there, Yunusik? Yes, that's what it
I
says.
guess it makes sense, yeah. It's just...
It was a crazy
That's
move.
very bold move, but he has created space for his king to save itself. We're lagging behind a bit on the moves, unfortunately. But the situation we have here on the board is the current situation in the game. Gukesh has made his 40th move. He has survived the time scramble on time, but he is currently under attack. His king is poorly defended, and he's down 2 pawns. So this should be an easy win for Ding from this, not to mention the fact that the king has created an escape square on the side of the board, which really helps out to secure this win.
I see a lot of people are asking, did Gukesh flag, did Ding flag? But I have gotten to the place where we kind of narrate the different moves for the app. We have gotten moves 40 from both players. So we can assume that nobody ran out of time. Even though we don't know the exact time they have right now, it's nobody lost on time.
Yeah. Both players still sitting there. Ding is looking up, and they both look a lot more chill right now. They have reached move 40.
And I think Ding made a mistake here.
Really?
I think so. Ding went with his...
What's happening now?
Ding went with his queen to give a check on the king, and the king moved forward.
They are signing sheets.
No, they're just writing the moves that happened while none of them were
being here,
keeping the
Yunusik.
score sheet.
For keeping us sane. So the game is not over.
The game is not over. They are just copying in the moves to their own score sheets. Because both of them were under 5 minutes during that time scramble, which means neither of them had to write down their moves.
Yeah.
But once you make it back over 5 minutes, both of you have to write down your moves.
So let's get the camera in the studio to the board that we have here so that we can see the actual position.
And now the app
it's
also updated.
Yeah,
Never mind.
we
Now
updated.
it's updated. Okay. So this is the current situation in Singapore, you guys. This is the board. The bar is loving the situation for Ding Liren. It says 5.8 advantage. Is he now winning?
He is winning, but there's a trap.
Ooh.
With his latest move, Ding moved his queen to both attack the king on the right side and the pawn on the left side. However, if Ding now chooses to capture that pawn, then Gukesh will move in with his bishop, check on the king, and if the king moves forward, then the queen will take out the bishop, check on the king. That bishop was defended. The queen is lost, but it has also opened up the diagonal for White's bishop. And White's bishop can capture Black's queen. So why is then the chess engine so optimistic on on Ding's behalf? Well, I think I've realized why. Because if the bishop comes in here with check, the king, instead of moving forward, moves to the side. And the idea is that if now queen takes bishop, it's not a check on the king because the king hid in the corner instead. Now, if the queen is captured in the center, then the same situation arises that white will win the game because of the protection on the queen being captured. However, you don't, as black, need to recapture the queen immediately. Instead, first you save your own queen, protected by the knight, check on the king, and after the king moves, then you can capture white's queen, because now there's no black queen to lose on the left side of the board. And this is why Ding has captured the pawn. Ding has gone into the trap because he has a counter trap, and he's going to win the game.
Is it hammer time? All right. Well, okay, I'm sorry. I don't have the hammer time motion ready right now, but I have this one. Take. It's hammer time. Jon Ludvig Hammer, the expert in the studio, is saying Ding Liren is going to win this game. Game 1. Wow.
And
I would not have expected that.
And I was going to say that very often players make mistakes on move 41 because that's when they can finally think again, and they lose their focus a little bit because they are thinking, I survived. And then they breathe and they're like, okay, now I can start playing a little bit more chill. And then suddenly you lose the pressure and then you make a mistake. So risky move by Ding, but it looks like he has found all the correct solutions to the problems that are going to occur now.
That's my impression. The only really scary move right now is queen to a7. Getting that queen up in behind the black pawns to attack the king. But the thing is, it's not really clear what threat you're making. Ding can just easily move the queen away and start pointing his queen against the white king. Because if the white queen goes after the black king is reasonably safe because it has a defensive bishop that both... This bishop in the middle is both attacking and defending at the same time. It's helping out the king, but also creating threats against Gukesh's king. So right now, it seems to me that during the time scramble, Ding did his... he found the right moves, the right ideas, and he's going to win this game.
Wow. And now he leaves. This must
Is
be
that the first time?
He has to go to the bathroom at some point. He needs to eat. He needs to feel his legs. I mean, he can't sit there. If he didn't go now and take a break, I don't know that he ever would.
He's been sitting there for over 4 hours. This is the first sort of break that Ding takes. You guys have been sitting here for longer than Ding, actually.
That was what I was aiming for.
Yeah, you are free to, take a break if you need to. But we obviously love having both of you in here all the time. The drama is far from over. Gukesh is now thinking, is he looking at this right now? Well, actually, he's closing his eyes into Zen mode, trying to find some inner warrior to be able to fight back in this game. But is he thinking now he's lost, Jon Ludvig? Has he given up?
I mean, he hasn't given up, but he realizes that when Ding captures that pawn, that on first thought looked like he couldn't capture, that's a big disappointment, obviously. And Gukesh realizes that his trap didn't work. And
look at that.
now he's holding his...
We can see here in
his
this video
head
right
in
now.
his hands, and
Gukesh
it's
has
just
his
not...
whole
We could also
head.
see that he had like this kind of empty stare into the room before that, where he was just kind of like accepting it. And now he's really internalizing it, and he looks very upset.
Yeah. He is about to at least inside, I think, give up. Gukesh, he is looking devastated right now. He's not even looking at the board.
No.
This is an 18-year-old who is hit by the craziness of a World Chess Championship match. You can never expect what happens. And it's kind of hard to watch him right now, actually. Is there anything he can do, Jon Ludvig? Is there anything you can find? You've been looking at these tricks and traps.
No, everything suggests that Ding has he has the plan in mind now. Considering that Ding just captured a pawn on the left side, which was the only pawn to block the black pawn here. So now, in addition to having all these threats against the white king, Ding is 1, 2, 3 moves away from that pawn making it to the other side, becoming a new queen. And there's not really much Gukesh can do about it. The only way to stop the black pawn is to start a winning attack yourself. But the fact of the matter is, there is no winning attack. Ding has managed to secure the area around his king. And here comes Gukesh. Bishop moves in, check on the king. And now one move to decide this. King into the corner, wins. King up, I think might even lose the game for Ding. So he just needs to put his king on the right square now. And then that's going to be it.
Gukesh has moved his bishop. Ding is not by the board. If he was, do you think Gukesh would resign right now?
I think there's a very reasonable chance that Gukesh will resign after Ding plays the correct move here.
So right now, we are waiting for Ding Liren to come back
And
to the board.
he's back,
Here
and he
comes.
put the king in the corner. He's got it all figured out. And I think there's a fair chance Gukesh is going to resign now. King in the corner, that is the way to go for Ding Liren. And that is the move that's going to bring him. Yeah, resignation. Ding has
It's
won.
over.
Ding, what a start to the match. 3 times Ding has played with the black pieces against Gukesh in Classical, and he's won all 3 times.
Everyone's saying Gukesh is the big favorite in the World Chess Championship match. Ding has struggled so much since becoming the world champion, but he takes the first win. Ding Liren, the reigning champion, he goes up by 1 point. He takes the lead in the World Chess Championship match 2024. Not many people saw this coming. Jon Ludvig, your reaction right now?
I did definitely not see it coming. Ding has basically only he almost hasn't won any games in 2024. But one of the few games he has won was actually with the black pieces against Gukesh in the Tata Steel tournament in the Netherlands in January. And now he repeats that feat, giving himself the most fantastic start to this match. And also, I gotta say, this is such a confidence booster. It's not just about this game. It's also about the confidence that Ding will get playing a risky opening, going for it with the black pieces, and actually getting rewarded for it, together with Gukesh, who hasn't shown a lot of nerves in his interviews because he feels like Ding is not looking great. I can take him down. That confidence is going to be shaken up by this first result.
This changes everything. And this match is definitely on. Maud, how are you feeling right now, having seen this game, this result? Such an amazing start to the World Championship match in terms of the entertainment on the board.
Yeah, I'm blown away. I didn't think that the game would be so exciting, where both players were actually trying to win at several points in the game, but also that they both had such little time, and that I thought that Ding might crack under the pressure of having so little time. Gukesh had 40 seconds to make 10 moves. I didn't even know if he was going to have time to do that. And then they both kind of survived the time pressure, survived all kinds of challenges. And then in the end, it was Ding that managed to kind of dodge this final checkmating attack as well. I would have just been so scared if I even saw some indications that I could be checkmated when I was winning with 3 pawns. Yeah, I don't know how they kept their cool for that long. I have no idea.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see interviews after this game tomorrow. Game 2. Ding will have the white pieces. Can we get some expectations for that now, Jon Ludvig?
I think he's going to do, based on what we saw today, we can see that, for instance, he played the French defense, which he also played in the match against Nepomniachtchi. And so it seems like his plan against Nepo is going to be replicated this year, this match. And in the white games against Nepo, Ding played some really innocent, not very aggressive, not very testing stuff. So I think that's what we're going to see from him. He's just going to play Carlsen-esque, I would say, in terms of just trying to get an uncommon position out of the opening, not going for an opening advantage, but getting the opponent to think for himself. Which right now, I actually, before the match, I was saying that it would be good for Gukesh to get Ding thinking on his own, because Ding's thinking has been not his usual standard over the past 2 years. But now, based on this game and the time trouble that Gukesh found himself in, maybe the same advice applies to Ding, that he should get Gukesh thinking for himself as quickly as possible. Also, Gukesh came away from this game looking very well prepared in the opening. So even though the result was a bad one, we can tell that he's got some very novel ideas in unusual openings. So he's still going to be dangerous in the opening, but Ding managing to win this despite coming under pressure and despite being 45 minutes down on the clock at one point is incredibly impressive.
Incredibly impressive stuff by the reigning champion Ding Liren. He leads the World Chess Championship match by 1 point after the very first game. Now we're going to go through all the action, the moves, the drama, the highlights. We're going to name an MVP, most valuable piece, a piece of beep, with Levi Rosman, Gotham Chess, and Magnus Carlsen. We're going to do a recap very shortly. It will be published in a few hours in the Take app and on YouTube. So make sure to follow and pay attention to when that is published. This studio will be back tomorrow, same time. Game starts at 5 o'clock local time in Singapore. We hope you have enjoyed watching the World Chess Championship match game 1 with us. We definitely have enjoyed watching it with you, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. Bye for now.